Welcome to Tech with Shaping Pixel. In this video, we're diving into the full crash course and some real exam questions and answers for the Microsoft Certified DP-900 certification. If you haven't subscribed to our YouTube channel yet, we'd love for you to join our growing community. Just hit that subscribe button. Want a downloadable PDF of these questions and answers? You can grab it from our website, www.shapingpixel.com. Full link is in the description below. Let's get started.
Welcome to an introduction to Microsoft Azure. This course offers a broad overview of Azure services, perfect for anyone eager to learn. While no prior Azure experience is needed, some general technical knowledge will be beneficial. The best way to learn Azure is by doing. We recommend trying tasks on your own Azure account. If you don't have one, create a free trial account to explore Azure's capabilities firsthand. This hands-on approach will enhance your understanding. These resources will save you time and help you focus on mastering Azure. By the end of this course, you will be able to describe Azure services, navigate the Azure portal, and use the Azure command line. Your feedback is valuable, so please rate the course once completed. Your insights helps us improve. If you're ready to dive into the world of Azure, Microsoft Azure, let's get started. Discover the possibilities and expand your technical skills with this comprehensive crash course, Introduction to Azure's Powerful Services. The Microsoft Azure Data Fundamentals course prepares you for the DP-900 exam. It begins with core data concepts. You will learn about batch versus streaming data, relational data structures, visualization concepts, data analytics techniques, and the basics of data processing. Next, you will explore relational data on Azure, understanding tables, indexes, and views, and dive into Azure's relational database services. Key services include Azure SQL Database, Azure SQL Managed Instance, and SQL Server on virtual machines. Azure Synapse Analytics and support for MySQL, MariaDB, and PostgreSQL are also covered. The course then shifts to non-relational data on Azure, focusing on Cosmos DB, Microsoft globally distributed multi-model database. You will also learn about Azure storage options like blob, file, and table storage, which support various database models and APIs. Finally, delve into analytics workloads on Azure, discover data warehousing, processing, and visualization process services. Azure Synapse Analytics integrates with Apache Spark for data processing. Azure Data Factory enables data pipelines, while Azure Data Lake Storage supports non-relational data. Learn to create reports and dashboards using Power BI. Azure Storage is your go-to for data storage without needing a full database. It's durable, secure, scalable, and managed with data redundancy and encryption. Plus, it's accessible online, making it a versatile choice. Azure Storage supports blobs, files, queues, and tables. Each type serves different needs. Blobs are for unstructured data, files offer a hierarchical structure, queues handle messaging, and tables provide a NoSQL data store. Blobs are binary large objects are essentially files. They can be organized using containers. Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2 adds hierarchy for analytics. Choose from hot, cool, or archive tiers based on access frequency and cost. Azure Files offers a structured SMB compliant file system ideal for migrating on-premises servers. It's more expensive than blob storage but allows global web access with shared access signature tokens for secure data sharing. Azure offers 6 redundancy levels, from locally redundant to read access zone redundant storage. Each level balances cost and data availability, ensuring your data is safe even during regional failures. Upload data via Azure Portal, AZ Copy, or Azure Storage Explorer. For large migrations, use Azure Migrate or Databox. These tools streamline data transfer to and from Azure, accommodating various needs. Microsoft Purview helps organizations manage vast amounts of data by acting as an index for data sources. Employees register data sources in a catalog, adding metadata like column names and data types. Users can then search the catalog via the Purview governance portal. Data lakes and warehouses serve different purposes. Data lakes store any type of data, structured or unstructured, and are used for analytics. Data warehouses store structured data in relational tables, ideal for business reporting. Both support high-speed, massive queries. Azure Synapse Analytics combines data warehouse and data lake capabilities. Create a SQL pool for structured data queries or a Spark pool for both structured and unstructured data. It offers flexibility for diverse data processing needs. Azure Databricks and HT Insight both support Spark for data analytics. Databricks automates cluster management while HT Insight requires manual setup. HT Insight supports various big data frameworks including Hadoop and Hive, offering a broad range of analytics options. Azure Data Factory automates data movements and transformation. It can spin up HT Insight clusters, create data processing pipelines, and even automate machine learning jobs. These tools streamlines complex workflows, enhancing efficiency across data operations. Microsoft Azure supports popular relational databases like SQL Server, MySQL, and PostgreSQL. Azure Database for MySQL and PostgreSQL offers managed services with high availability, backups, and security. These services simplify migration and management, making them a cost-effective choice over virtual machines. For SQL Server databases, Azure SQL Database is a managed option. If you're using SQL Server 2016 or higher, consider SQL Server Stretch Database. It automatically migrates infrequently accessed data to Azure, maintaining query access with slightly longer response times. Stretch Database helps manage growing data by migrating cold data to Azure, reducing on-site storage needs and speeding up backups. It offers a balance between cost and accessibility, especially when occasional queries on cold data are necessary. Azure SQL Database offers three service tiers: general purpose, hyperscale, and business critical. Each tier caters to different needs, from budget-friendly option to high-performance requirements, with varying database size limits and availability feature. Choose between single database, elastic pool, or managed instance for purchasing. Opt for database transaction units or virtual cores. The vCore model offers flexibility with provisioned or serverless option to match workload demands. Azure ensures high availability with automatic failover and active geo-replication. Backups are managed automatically, stored in geo-redundant storage, and can be retained for up to 10 years, ensuring data protection and recovery options. Relational databases excel in online transaction processing, but big data demands more scalable solutions. Enter NoSQL data stores, which scale better by fulfilling fewer requirements. Azure offers a variety of NoSQL options, each tailored for specific needs. Azure, Azure Table Storage is a key attribute store, perfect for simple, structured data like address books. Its schema-less design allows flexible data structures. While it lacks secondary indexes, the premium version in Cosmos DB offers global distribution and indexing. It's an affordable, easy-to-use NoSQL option. Azure Cache for Redis is a managed service for Redis, an open source in-memory database. It's designed to speed up data retrieval by storing key value pairs. With 5 tiers, it ranges from basic testing to enterprise level performance, offering high availability and advanced features. Azure Data Lake Storage is a data warehouse for unstructured data, ideal for analytics unlike Key value stores, it holds a vast quantity of diverse data types, making it a powerful tool for a big data analysis. Azure AI Search specializes in indexing text data for easy search functionality. It enhances web, mobile, and enterprise applications with features like search suggestions and language analyzers. It's a robust solution for integrating search capabilities into your applications. Cosmos DB. Cosmos DB stands out with its global reach and multi-model capabilities. It effortlessly replicates database across regions, backed by service level agreements for latency. These ensures shift data access worldwide, a rarity among typical database services. Cosmos DB supports diverse data models, documents, relational key value, graph, and column family. Users select an application programming interface or API tailored to their needs like MongoDB, PostgreSQL, or Cassandra. The NoSQL API offers SQL-like querying for JSON documents. Cosmos DB excels in global distribution, allowing data writes in multiple locations. Data is stored in containers, each with partitions for scalability. This setup enhances throughput and strong storage, making Cosmos DB a truly distributed database solution. Pricing is based on request units or RUs, with cost varying by operation complexity. Users provision RUs per second with option for autoscale or serverless modes. Provisioned throughput offers cost efficiency and service level agreements for steady usage. Migrating to Cosmos DB is streamlined with the data migration tool supporting sources like MongoDB and SQL Server. For analytics, Azure Synapse Link enables direct access to Cosmos DB data, eliminating the need for data export. Azure Storage offers 4 redundancy options: locally redundant, zone redundant, zero redundant, and read access zero redundant storage. It supports blobs, files, queues, tables, and disks. Blob storage has 3 tiers: hot, cool, and archive, catering to different access needs. Azure Synapse Analytics combines SQL-based data warehouse and a Spark-based data lake. Azure Data Factory enables automated data processing pipelines, facilitating seamless data movement and transformation across various platforms. Azure SQL Database offers 3 service tiers: basic, standard, and premium, with varying capabilities and performing levels. It supports single database and elastic pool models, ensuring high availability and automated backup with option for geo replication. Cosmos DB is globally distributed, supporting multiple database types like MongoDB and Cassandra, and it uses containers and partitions for efficient data distribution. Throughput is measured in request units with options for manual autoscale or serverless modes. Azure Data Services provide robust solution for diverse data needs. For redundancy in Azure Storage, for scalability in Cosmos DB, these services ensure efficient data management. Understanding these options helps design scalability, availability, and disaster-ready implementations. Data flows are essential for businesses to understand their performance. They involve data ingestion, transformation, storage, and analysis to meet business needs and answer critical questions. Businesses rely on data flows to identify strengths and weaknesses. Keeping raw data is crucial for answering future questions and ensuring informed decision making. Common data flow scenarios include batch processing, stream processing, and hybrid models. Understanding these helps in designing effective data flows for production environments. Batch processing handles large data volumes on a schedule like daily sales data in retail. It involves data ingestion, transformation, and storage, but isn't real time. Stream processing analyzes data as it's received with sub-second delays. Technologies like Lambda support both batch and stream processing, providing near real-time insights. ETL are extract, transform, and load. Transforms data before storage, enforcing a schema on write. ELT are extract, load, and transform. Stores data first, applying a schema on read. ELT is preferred for large scale data due to its efficiency. Data lifecycle. The data lifecycle begins with collection. Data is gathered from various sources including user input and other process. These data can be in a different formats, often unstructured. Next is preparation. Here data is organized and cleaned. If using extract, transform, load or ETL, preparing is crucial before ingestion. This step ensures data is ready for the next phase. Ingestion follows preparation. Data is moved into storage, often cloud-based. This step is essential for ensuring data is accessible for further processing and analysis. Processing or transformation is where data becomes usable. If using extract, load, transform or ELT, this is where transformation occurs. Data is refined into a format suitable for analysis. Finally, analysis interprets the processed data. This stage answers key questions and provides insights. It's a accumulation of the data lifecycle, turning raw data into valuable information. When designing data flow, consider data sources, formats, and transformation needs. Determine the data's destination and the questions it must answer. Only then can you create an effective data flow plan and requirements. Before designing a data flow, it's crucial to determine your data flow requirements. These involves asking key questions upfront. First, identify the data source and format. It is from a database, XML or JSON. Understand these helps in planning the data transformation process. Next, address security concerns. Determine who needs access and what they can do with the data. Ensure access controls are maintained, especially when integrating data from multiple sources. Consider auditing and logging requirements. Use metadata like creation dates and operations counts to track data. These ensures compliance and accountability. Decide on storage retention. Should data be stored indefinitely or it's a raw format? Consider legal requirements like GDPR, which may dictate data retention policies. Think about metadata needs for future analysis. The choice of business intelligence tools can influence data storage formats. Evaluate existing skill sets. Choose technologies your team is familiar with, like Python or SQL. Leverage pre-existing solutions to avoid unnecessary complexity. By addressing these considerations, you can design an effective and compliant data flow. Next, address security concerns. Determine who needs access and what they can do with the data. Ensure access controls are maintained, especially when integrating data from multiple sources. Consider auditing and logging requirements. Use metadata like creation dates and operation counts to track data. These ensure compliance and accountability. Decide on storage retention. Should data be stored indefinitely or in its raw format? Consider legal requirements like GDPR, which may dictate data retention policies. Think about metadata needs for future analysis. The choice of business intelligence tools can influence data storage formats. Evaluate existing skill sets. Choose technologies your team is familiar with, like Python or SQL. Leverage pre-existing solutions to avoid unnecessary complexity. By addressing these considerations, you can design an effective and compliant data flow. When designing a data flow in Azure, consider infrastructure as a service or IaaS versus platform as a service or PaaS. IaaS offers flexibility but requires management. PaaS reduces management tasks and enhances scalability. Use PaaS when available. High availability (RHA) and disaster recovery (RDR) are crucial for data flow infrastructure PaaS solutions often provide built-in hedging, reducing your workload. For DR, access your needs, sometimes simply recreating resources is sufficient. Data protection is vital. Ensuring data storage locations offers replication. Network bandwidth and latency are key, especially when transferring data between on-premises and the cloud. Consider express route for inconsistent latency and purchase advocate bandwidth based on data volume. Automate process like scaling, scheduling, and triggering to enhance efficiency. Implement a robust backup strategy to protect data. Effective monitoring of each data flow component ensures smooth operations from start to finish. Security is paramount. Maintain access control layers or ACLs to restrict data access. Cost management is essential. Differentiate between needs and wants to choose cost-effective solutions that meet your data flow requirements. Azure Storage. So Blob Storage offers multiple tiers, each with unique benefits. The premium tier provides the best performance and lowest latencies, ideal for data requiring quick access. However, these comes with the highest storage cost, reflecting its superior performance. The hot tier is designed for data accessed frequently. It offers good performance with lower access charges compared to the cool and archive tiers. While storage costs are higher than the later tiers, it balances cost and accessibility effectively. For data accessed infrequently but still needing immediate availability, the cool tier is a suitable choice. It offers lower storage costs than the hot tier, though access charges are higher, making it ideal for less critical data. The archive tier is best for data that must be retained but isn't needed immediately. It offers the lowest storage cost but access charges are higher. This tier is perfect for long-term storage with minimal access requirement. As you move from the premium to archive, storage and access cost adjust to match the tier purposes. Premium and the hot tiers are higher storage cost but lower access fees, while cool and archive tiers offer cheaper storage with higher access cost. Azure Data Lake Storage. This powerful service combines the analytics performance of an HDFS compatibility file system with the tiering and data lifecycle management features of blob storage. Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2 introduces enhanced data security, durability, and replication options. It supports both Azure Data Lake Gen 2 file system API and blob REST APIs, allowing versatile data interactions. The hierarchical namespace organizes files efficiently, improving data access. A standout feature is a hierarchical namespace, which organizes objects into directories. This structure allows operations like renaming a directory to be a single metadata action, enhancing efficiency. Enabling these features is straightforward. Simply adjust a setting in your storage account. No need to provision or maintain a new service. This simplicity makes Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2 accessible and user-friendly. Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2 is cost-effective, offering low-cost storage and transactions. It supports Hadoop compatibility access and a security model with ACL and POSIX permissions, providing extra granularity specific to Gen 2. In today's data-driven world, casinos collect vast amounts of game logs. However, raw data alone lacks context and insights. This is where Azure Data Factory comes into play. Casinos gather petabytes of data from slot machines, aiming to understand customer behavior and improve gaming experience. They need to analyze game logs, customer demographics, and marketing data, which are often stored in various systems. Azure Data Factory, a cloud-based data integration service, helps casino orchestrate and automate data workflows. It enables the creation of data-driven pipelines to ingest and process data from multiple sources. both on premises and in the cloud. By leveraging Azure Data Factory, casinos can use compute services like Azure HD Insights and Spark to transform data. These processed data is then published to a cloud data warehouse ready for business intelligence applications to consume. With Azure Data Factory, casinos can automate workflows, monitor data process, and make informed decisions. This organized data approach leads to better customer insights, targeted rewards, and innovative game development, ultimately enhancing the player experience. Azure offers a variety of database services that play a crucial role in data flow process. These services can act as a source of information, an intermediary step, or even a data mart, depending on the scenario. Consider a casino's data flow. Player information from slot machines is continuously written to a backend database. This database then serves as the source for the casino's overall data flow, illustrating how databases integrate into larger systems. Azure provides both platform as a service or PaaS and database as a service or DaaS. Offerings example includes Azure SQL Database and Cosmos DB. Cosmos DB, a NoSQL implementation, is ideal for documents and graphs, while Azure SQL Database, a traditional relational database, suits relational data. Additionally, Infrastructure as a Service or IaaS options allow running database instances within virtual machines. When designing a data flow, you might need to use multiple models or platforms based on the data type. Azure's diverse offerings enable flexibility, ensuring you can select the best database service for your specific needs and data processing requirements. Azure HD Insight is a powerful tool for big data analysis. It's a fully managed open source analytics service designed for enterprises. This cloud service enables fast, easy, and cost-effective processing of large data volumes, making it essential in data flow processes. HD Insight supports various scenarios including extract, transform, load or ETL, data warehousing, machine learning, and Internet of Things or IoT. It accommodates multiple cluster types like Hadoop and Spark, acting as the engine that powers necessary data transformations. HD Insight seamlessly integrates with numerous Azure data stores and services, such as Azure Cosmos, DB, and Data Lake Storage. It also works with blob storage, event hubs, and data factory, offering flexibility in managing and analyzing data. Since HD Insight cannot be paused, it's efficient to create an instance for specific analysis tasks and delete it afterward. This approach suits batch processing and can be automated for infrequent data processing needs. When incorporating HD Insight, the choice of programming languages depends on the cluster type. For Spark, consider using Scala, Python, or Java. It's crucial to select technologies that align with your team's existing skill sets for effective data flow design. Azure Databricks is a data analytics platform optimized for Microsoft Azure. It offers three environments: Databricks SQL, Databricks Data Science and Engineering, and Databricks Machine Learning, each tailored for specific data tasks. The Databricks SQL environment allows users to run SQL queries on data lakes. It supports creating various visualizations to explore query results and enables building and sharing data dashboards for data insights. Databricks Data Science and Engineering is an interactive workspace for collaboration among data engineers, scientists, and machine learning engineers. It supports data ingestion via Azure Data Factory, Apache Kafka, Event Hub, or IoT Hub, storing data in Azure Blob or Data Lake Storage. Databricks Machine Learning provides a comprehensive environment for machine learning tasks. It includes experiment tracking, model training, and feature development. facilitating the entire machine learning lifecycle within Azure Databricks. Azure Databricks plays a crucial role in data flow by performing ETL operations. It extracts data from sources like Azure Data Lake Storage Gen2, transforms it within Databricks, and loads it into Azure Synapse Analytics for further analysis. Azure Synapse Analytics is a cloud-based service that merges enterprise data warehousing with big data analytics. It empowers businesses to query data using serverless on-demand or provisioned resources, catering to immediate business intelligence and machine learning needs. Azure Synapse combines SQL technologies for data warehousing, Spark for big data, Data Explorer for log analytics, and pipelines for data integration. It seamlessly integrates with other Azure services like Power BI and Cosmos DB, enhancing its versatility and functionality. This service allows the impact of big data and supports high performance analytics. It plays a crucial role in cloud-based big data solutions by integrating technologies like Hadoop, Spark, and machine learning algorithms for data preparation and training. Azure Synapse dedicated SQL pool uses Polybase and TSQL queries to manage data. It stores data in relational table with columnar storage, reducing cost and improving query performance, enabling rapid analytics at a massive scale. The analysis results are distributed globally, aiding business analysts in making informed decisions. Azure Synapse efficiency allows analysis query to complete in seconds, significantly faster than traditional systems, driving better business outcomes. A modern data warehouse seamlessly integrates all your data, enabling insights through analytics, dashboards, operational reports, and advanced analytics. Let's explore how these components work together. Structured, unstructured, and semi-structured data, such as logs and media, are combined into Azure Data Lake Storage using Azure Data Factory. This creates a unified repository for diverse data types. Azure Databricks and Apache Spark-based platform process these data, resulting in cleans and transformed datasets. These are then moved to Azure Synapse Analytics, merging with existing structured data. Azure Synapse Analytics serves as a central hub, allowing scaled data access and movements. Operational reports and analytical dashboards are built to extract insights, with Azure Analysis Services supporting end user needs. Azure Data Factory orchestrates ETL and ELT workflows. Azure Blob Storage offers scalable storage, object storage. Power BI connects to numerous data services, simplifying data prep and enabling ad hoc analysis. It produces reports accessible online and on mobile devices, completing the modern data warehouse ecosystem. SQL, or Structured Query Language, is a powerful tool for managing data in relational databases. It allows users to read and manipulate data stored in tables, which are interconnected within a database management system. SQL is based on set theory, where tables are sets of sets. Each table consists of columns and rows, storing data in a structured format. SQL queries enable users to interact with this data, making it a versatile language for data processing. Relational databases pioneered by Edgar Cott at IBM organize data into related tables. The first commercial system was Oracle, followed by IBM's DB2. These systems support SQL, allowing seamless data management across platforms like MySQL and SQL Server. SQL standards have evolved with the International Standards Organization setting benchmarks. Tools like Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio and MySQL Workbench facilitate SQL command execution, making database interaction user-friendly and efficient. In relational databases, primary keys uniquely identify rows, while foreign keys link tables. These relationship ensures data integrity and consistency, allowing complex data models to be built and maintained effectively. Data definition language or DDL is essential for creating and managing database objects like tables. It allows us to define the structure and constraints of our data efficiently. This table will include columns such as ID, title, price, and date added. The ID will serve as the primary key, ensuring each entry is unique. Data types are crucial. For instance, the ID is an integer while the title uses varchar for variable length text. The price is a numeric type with precision, and date added uses the date time function. The create table statement requires column definitions including names and data types. Attributes like not null can be specified to enforce constraints, ensuring data integrity within the table. Referential integrity ensures data consistency across tables. Foreign keys link tables, preventing actions that would leave orphaned records. This is crucial for maintaining accurate and reliable data relationships. DDL is powerful for defining and managing database structures. By understanding data types, constraints, and referential integrity, we can create robust databases that ensure data accuracy and consistency. Welcome to the chapter on reading data. Think about SQL queries using Management Studio. Imagine a blank canvas where you can execute commands to retrieve data from databases. Let's start with the basic SQL queries. Select star from department. This command retrieves all rows and columns from the department table. SQL is case sensitive, meaning it doesn't matter if you use uppercase or lowercase. Instead of using the star, specify the columns you want. For example, select manager, department name retrieves only those columns. This is known as comma separated list, allowing precise data selection. Punctuation is crucial in SQL. A missing comma can lead to errors. For instance, without a comma, department name sales target mistakenly labels department names as sales targets. Always check your syntax. Aliases rename columns for clarity. Use as to assign new names. SQL supports functions like upper, lower, and substrings for data manipulation. These functions enhance data presentation and analysis. Concatenation combines strings like first and last names. Use the plus symbol in the Microsoft SQL Server. Functions like distinct remove duplicates, while order by sorts results. Remember, SQL is versatile and powerful. Welcome to the data manipulation. Let's dive into select statements. These allow us to choose specific columns, rows, and values from a database. For instance, selecting salespeople with the target of 7 retries only those matching rows. To filter data, use the where clause. This clause lets you specify conditions or predicates to narrow down results. For example, finding salespeople in survey requires quoting characters literals like survey in single quotes. Case sensitive varies by database. Oracle is case sensitive while MySQL is not by default. Use functions like lower to ensure consistency. SQL operates like between in and not in, help define ranges and sets for filtering. The like operator enables pattern matching using wildcards. The percent symbol represents any sequence of characters while the underscore matches a single character. This is useful for finding name starting with D and ending with R. Combine conditions with and or to refine queries. And requires all conditions to be true while R allows any condition to be true. Remember, and has higher precedence, so use parentheses to clarify complex conditions. Azure offers SQL database services through Infrastructure as a Service IaaS and a Platform as a Service PaaS. Understanding these classifications helps in determining how database services are delivered and managed on the Azure platform. Azure provides various database models including database as a service, elastic pools, and SQL managed instances. Each model offers unique features and benefits. Additionally, Azure Service Tier offers different deployment options and building models, allowing you to choose the best fit for your needs. Azure uses two primary billing models, Virtual Core or vCore and Database Transaction Unit or DTU. Each model has its advantages, and selecting the right one depends on your specific workload and performance requirements. Protecting your data is crucial. Azure offers multiple mechanisms to secure your data against threats and human error, ensuring that your information remains safe and accessible. Performance is key. Azure provides options to scale compute resources up or down based on demand, ensuring optimal speed and efficiency for your database operations. High availability and disaster recovery are essential for minimizing the impact of unforeseen events. Azure's solutions help maintain database operations even during adverse conditions, ensuring business continuity. Cloud technology has revolutionized database management by eliminating costly hardware and tedious administrative tasks. It allows businesses to focus on their core applications rather than server maintenance. Azure SQL Database Services offer flexible, scalable solutions for managing databases in the cloud. These services range from infrastructure as a service to platform as a service, each providing unique benefits and levels of control. Running SQL Server on the Azure virtual machine is a common IaaS solution. It offers easy migration from on-premises setups, providing control over SQL database engine configurations and access to operating system features. Platform as a service removes the need for OS and database server engine administration. It includes options like managed instance, single instance, and elastic pool, offering automated backups, patching, and high availability. Azure SQL databases can be deployed using Azure Resource Manager templates, DAC, or SQL scripts. These methods allow for efficient management and version control of database resources. Azure SQL offers two billing models, DTU and vCore. Service tiers include general purpose, business critical, and hyperscale, catering to different performance needs and usage patterns. ARM templates are a powerful way to define Azure resources like virtual machines and databases using JSON code. They allow you to specify multiple resources, creating a complete deployment and interdependencies. The main advantage of ARM templates is their consistency and speed. Each time you deploy a template, you achieve the same result. By storing templates in a source code repository, you can track changes and maintain version control. To ensure each resource has a unique name, ARM templates use parameter files. These files, like Azure deploy.parameters.json, allow you to specify unique properties such as server names and administrator credentials, tailoring each deployment to your needs. ARM templates are essential for deploying solutions from your continuous integration and continuous deployment pipeline. They can create the necessary infrastructure for your applications, ensuring a fresh and consistent environment every time. Deploying with PowerShell and Azure CLI. You can deploy ARM templates using PowerShell or the Azure command line interface. First, create a resource group, Then use the deployment command with your template file to create the specified resources efficiently. Business continuity ensures operations persist during disruptions. High availability and disaster recovery are key strategies. High availability allows seamless transitions to backup systems, while disaster recovery focuses on resuming operations quickly after interruptions. High availability solutions, so costly and complex, maintain synchronized replicas of production data. Technologies like always on availability groups use Windows Server failover cluster technology, ensuring data is replicated across primary and secondary servers, either synchronously or asynchronously, to prevent data loss. Disaster recovery is more affordable and versatile. Log shipping is a reliable method. Restoring transaction logs to replica database, these ensures minimal data loss. Backup can be stored in blob storage, enabling recovery when during regional failures. Azure Site Recovery replicates workloads across regions. The standard availability model uses Azure Blob Storage for data redundancy. The Premier model, through pricier, offers better performance with synchronized secondary replicas ideal for mission critical applications. Azure SQL databases offer automated backups stored in geo-redundant storage. Temporal tables track data changes for precise restoration. Geo-replication backs up data to another region, ensuring availability during data center failures with manual failover options. Azure's network security forms the first line of defense for your database. It controls access through public IP addresses or private virtual networks. Firewall rules and virtual network service endpoints further refine access control. Access management in Azure allows precise control over who can access your data. Role-based access control assigns roles like contributors or SQL security manager. Azure Active Directory authentication ensures users are verified before accessing databases. Azure's threat protection features safeguard against known threats like SQL injection and brute force attacks. SQL auditing logs database events, auditing compliance and security. Anomalies and alerts are monitored in Azure Security Center. Information protection secures sensitive data from unauthorized access. Network security groups manage traffic, while predefined roles like DB owner and DB reader offer fine-grained control over data access permissions. Azure encrypts data in transit and at rest using transport layer security and transport data encryption. Dynamic data masking conceals sensitive information from non-privileged users. Encryption keys are securely stored in Azure Key Vault. Azure provides a comprehensive security framework for databases, integrating network security, access management, threat protection, and encryption. These layers work together to ensure your data remains secure and compliant. Azure SQL databases can be scaled vertically by enhancing resources like CPUs, RAM, and storage. These methods boost performance but can be costly. Upgrading the SQL Server Edition also unlocks additional features for improved functionality. Horizontal scaling distributes workloads across multiple systems, ideal for serving different geographic regions, while it complements vertical scaling. It's scenario specific. Balancing performance and cost is crucial as there's no free lunch in database optimization. Azure offers various virtual machine configurations with different memory to CPU ratio. Choose from mechanical hard drives or SSDs, standard, Premier, or Ultra for storage. Some VMs support disk stripping and blob cache for enhanced performance. SQL managed instances can be deployed in instance pools, sharing vCores while maintaining dedicated resources. Elastic pools allow databases to share resources, ideal for fluctuating workloads. Both pools offer scalable, cost-effective solution. Scaling via Azure Portal, PowerShell, Our Azure CLI varies in time based on storage. Elastic database tools assist in management, including shared management, data movement, and cross-database queries, ensuring efficient database administration. Data partitioning involves splitting data within a database to manage resource limitations. These can be done vertically or horizontally across tables, databases, or separate data stores. It helps address storage size limits, computing power, and network bottlenecks. Sharding is a database solution where data is divided into multiple copies, each on different servers. Each shard shares the same schema but contains a subset of data. This approach reduces bottlenecks and latency by distributing workload and locating shards closer to users. There are several strategies for sharding. The lookup strategy uses an index on a primary key, directing request based on tenant ID. The range strategy maps data within a range suitable for similar data like sales. The hash strategy evenly distributes data using a hash function, through rebalancing can be challenging. Successful data partitioning depends on data characteristics and the chosen sharding strategy. As the data volume change, scaling and rebalancing shards are necessary. There is no one-size-fits-all solution. Finding the best technology involves estimation, testing, and evaluation to suit unique data applications and usage patterns. If your database is currently on-premises, migrating to the cloud is essential. Microsoft offers tools to facilitate these transitions, covering various source and destination scenarios. The Azure Database Migration Service, or DMS, simplifies migrations from on-premises or other cloud databases to Azure-hosted databases. DMS provides both offline and online migration methods. Offline migration makes data unavailable once the process begins. Online migration, however, minimizes downtime by continuously synchronizing data between source and destination databases. Microsoft advises testing offline migration duration and opting for online migration if service interruption is unacceptable. The Data Migration Assistant tool is invaluable for accessing on-premises SQL Server databases. It identifies compatibility issues that could hinder migration to Azure. This tool ensures a smoother transition by highlighting potential problems before they arise, allowing for proactive solutions. Similar to on-premises setups, you can back up to a database, copy to blob storage, and restore it to an Azure SQL Server. Depending on your destination, SQL Server on a virtual machine, SQL managed instances, or Azure SQL Server compatibility checks are crucial. Transitional replication is another option for moving data between on-premises and Azure SQL or managed instances databases, ensuring data consistency and integrity. Migrating databases to Azure offers flexibility and scalability. Currently, you can migrate from Oracle RDS SQL, SQL Server, PostgreSQL, and RDS PostgreSQL to Azure SQL services. Stay updated on new supported scenarios via Microsoft's website. For any migration, ensure a connection to Azure through a site-to-site VPN or express route, open network ports 443, 53, 9344, 445, and 12,000. Enable TCP IP protocol and allow database engine access through your firewall. If using a firewall appliance, permit data migration service access to the source server. To migrate SQL Server to Azure SQL Database, have an Azure SQL Database instance ready. Use Data Migration Assistant version 3.3 or later. Allow data migration service access through your firewall on port 1433. Ensure credentials have control server permissions. For SQL managed instances, provision an instance and allow database migration service access via SMB port 445. Open source firewall to SQL Server traffic on TCP port 1433. Ensure login credentials are part of the sysadmin server role. Create a network share for source database backup with write privileges on Azure. Set up a blobs container and obtain the shared access signature URI. These steps ensure a smooth migration process to Azure. Power BI. Power BI visuals are essential for displaying business data in an easily digestible format. These visuals, including charts and graphs, help make complex data understandable at a glance. Power BI simplifies this process, offering more intuitive options than traditional tools like Excel. To create a visual in Power BI, select a visual type from the visualization pane, then choose your data from the field pane. You can drag and drop fields into areas like legend and axis to segment your data by categories, such as channels, sales channels. Pie charts illustrate parts of a whole, like employee distribution by region. However, donut charts are often preferred as they focus on the circumference, making them easier to interpret. Both are useful, but the choice depends on your preference. Column charts are ideal for comparing series, like employees counts by region. Scatter plots reveal relationships between variables, such as the correlation between prices and sales. They also help identify outliers, aiding strategy decision making. Key performance indicators or KPIs track progress towards goals. The gauge chart, a popular KPI visuals, shows progress like reaching 80% of a yearly target. Power BI offers extensive customization, allowing you to tailor visuals to your needs. Power BI offers versatile filtering techniques that enhance data analysis. These tools can be used by you or shared with others in your organization. The filters pane in Power BI provides three scopes. First, visual level filtering allows you to filter a specific visual. Simply add the field you want to filter by, make your selection, and the visual updates accordingly. Next, page level filtering affects all visuals on a single page. By applying a filter here, every visual on that page will reflect the filtered data, providing a cohesive view of your analysis. Lastly, report level filtering impacts all pages within a report. Once applied, this filter ensures that every page you navigate to will display data according to the set criteria, maintaining consistency across your report. To manage clutter, use the search box at the top of the filter pane to quickly locate fields. Additionally, the drill down feature allows deeper exploration of data segments. Activate drills down mode by clicking the button on a visual, enabling consumers to delve into detailed layers by selecting topics of interest. In Power BI, the Reports tab is your creative canvas. It's the default view where visualizations are crafted and arranged. This is where most of the action happens, allowing users to design and display data insights effectively. Next, the Data tab offers a comprehensive view of all tables in your data sources, listed on the right. Here you can validate, mine, and transform data. It's crucial for checking data types, ensuring, for example, that numbers aren't mistakenly formatted as text, which is vital for accurate analysis. Finally, the Model tab is essential for creating and managing relationships between tables. Relationships link tables through common columns like store IDs. For instance, a store table with store IDs can connect to a sales transactions table. This connection allows for advanced analysis such as listing stores by description and total sales. Relationships enable the integration of data from multiple tables into a single visual, enhancing the depth and breadth of insights you can derive from your data. Understanding the utilizing these tabs effectively can significantly enhance your Power BI experience, unlocking powerful data storytelling capabilities. Power BI offers a wide range of built-in visualizations, but sometimes you need more specialized options. Fortunately, Power BI allows you to easily find and install custom visuals from App Source tab. To begin, navigate to the virtualization pane, click on the Eclipse and select Get Visuals. Here you can browse through a variety of visuals created by Microsoft and community members. If you have something specific in mind, use the search function to find it. Once you have found a visual you want, such as the chiclet slicer or infographic designer, simply click Add. Microsoft has tested and approved these visuals for functionality, ensuring they work seamlessly with Power BI. Installation is quick and straightforward. After downloading, you can immediately start using your new custom visual. Add relevant data to see it in action. These visuals often come with instructions to help you make the most of their features, enhancing your Power BI experience. A Power BI dashboard is a single canvas that displays tiles from various reports. It's perfect for sharing key visuals with colleagues like directors who prefer easy access. Dashboard updates automatically with the latest data, ensuring everyone sees the most current information without needing to navigate complex files. Workspace in Power BI are collaborative environments. They house dashboards, reports, datasets, and data flows. There are two types: My Workspace for personal use and Shared Workspace for team collaboration. To access shared workspaces, a Power BI Pro license is required, enabling teamwork on shared content and projects. Power BI Desktop is a computer application for creating detailed reports and visuals. It includes data querying and modeling tools. In contrast, Power BI Service is a cloud-based platform accessed via a browser. It allows users to publish reports and build dashboards for sharing with others. Power BI enhances collaboration through its service, where users can share dashboards and reports. Workspaces facilitate teamwork, allowing members to create and manage apps. By accessing Power BI service through platform like office.com, users can seamlessly collaborate and share insights across their organization. In Power BI, managing data begins with importing it. Data can come from various sources like Excel, SQL, and other Power BI files. When you open a blank Power BI file, you are prompted to import data. Choose your source, such as Excel, and select the specific data you need. Once you have selected your data, Power BI offers two options: load or transform. Loading adds data directly to your model, while transforming allows you to clean and modify it first. This step is crucial for ensuring your data is ready for analysis. Click Transform to refine your data before loading it. Welcome to Power Query, a powerful tool in Power BI for data transformation. It memorizes your data location and structure, allowing easy updates. By establishing a query connection, you can refresh your data source later without repeating steps. Power BI Query offers numerous features to enhance your data management experience. Data can be messy and hard to manage. Power Query, a tool in Microsoft products, helps clean and organize data efficiently, making it ready for analysis. In Power Query, removing unwanted data is simple. For example, meaningless rows can skew results. Use the Remove Rows tool to eliminate these. Select Remove from top, specify the number of rows, and click OK. Unnecessary columns can clutter your data. To remove them, highlight the column and click Remove Columns. For multiple columns, hold the Control key and select each one. You can also choose to keep only specific columns by selecting Remove Other Columns. Made a mistake? No problem. Power Query records each step in the Applied Steps section. You can undo actions by clicking the X next to a step. Be cautious, as removing steps can affect subsequent actions. Ensure your data's headers are correctly set. If headers appear as a row, use the Use First Row as Headers option. With these tools, your data is clean and ready for analysis. Explore Power Query for more features to streamline your data management. Combining data sources in Power BI is essential for creating comprehensive visualizations. Often data is scattered across multiple files and bringing it together is crucial for effective analysis. To start, query all necessary data sources in Power BI. Use Power Query to create new queries by selecting New Source. For example, import an Excel file named Client Account Repos. With both datasets ready, use the Merge tool to combine them. Merge functions like VLOOKUP, matching rows between tables and adding data as new columns. This is ideal for aligning client accounts with additional details. While merging, choose Merge as New to keep data organized. Select the queries to combine and highlight matching columns. Opt for a left outer join to include all client accounts, even without assigned reps. After merging, decide which column to display. Exclude duplicates like customer ID, but include others like language and CAM. Once satisfied, click Save and Close to return to Power BI, completing the process. In Power BI, sometimes we need more data than what's available. Let's explore how to calculate total sales and set next year's sales target. So to calculate total sales, we use manufacturer suggested retail price or MSRP and sales quantity. In Power BI, start by creating a new column, enter the formula using the equal sign referring the MSRP and sales quantity columns, multiply these values to get cross sales. This process is simpler to Excel but uses Power BI's unique syntax. We just created a calculated column, adding a new data to your table. You can rename these columns directly in the formula bar. Calculated columns are essential for enhancing datasets with additional insights. To set next year's sales target, create a measure, select the correct table, then use the sum function to add these year's sales. Multiply the results by 1.03 to account for a 3% growth. These measures help visualize future goals effectively. Power BI uses data analysis expressions or DAX for calculations like sum. These aggregations distill numbers into single values, providing powerful insights. Share these calculations to leverage Power BI's full potential. In a collaborative business intelligence (BI) environment, sharing data sets is essential. Different team members handles various tasks from data collection to insight generation. Without shared access to data, collaboration becomes impossible. Power BI Desktop allows data preparation on your computer, but sharing requires the Power BI service to publish your report in the Power BI service. Navigate to the Dataset section, select the Eclipse and choose Share. These enables colleagues to access and generate insights from the shared data. Once shared, dataset appear in your colleagues' datasets view. They can then create reports and insights. This process ensures everyone on the BI team can contribute effectively, leveraging shared data for comprehensive analysis and decision making. Beyond team sharing, Power BI offers public apps. These are datasets or templates available to everyone, like the popular Stocks app or NFL Analytics app. Some apps comes with data, while others, like the Microsoft Project Web app, allow you to connect your data and use pre-designed reports. Power BI apps unlock vast potential for data-driven insights. Dashboards offer a dynamic way to visualize data by combining metrics from multiple datasets. These flexibilities allow us to tailor insights for specific needs, like our director's request for client and sales data. To begin, access the report containing the desired sales metrics. Identify the specific metrics needed for the dashboard. This process involves selecting key data points from various sources to create a comprehensive view. Once the metrics are identified, use the pin icon that appears when hovering over a report. You can pin these metrics to an existing dashboard or create a new one. For our director, we'll create a new dashboard, name it and click pin. This action consolidates the selected visuals into one accessible location. After pinning, a pop-up appears in the upper right corner. You can click to view the dashboard immediately or access it later through My Workspace. These features allow seamless navigation across different data sources, ensuring all relevant visuals are included. With this approach, you can effectively compile a custom dashboard tailored to specific requirements. Sharing your reports and dashboards is as simple as clicking the share button. You can share reports or entire dashboards effortlessly. When sharing, you have a various levels of permissions to grant. Decide if recipients can share metrics, customize visuals, or receive email notification. Tailor these settings to fit your needs. For instance, I'm granting all permissions to our director. These include sharing, customizing, and emailing. By clicking grant access, the director gains full access. Just like that, you transform from zero to Power BI hero, empowering your team with valuable insights. When designing a dashboard, start by considering your audience. Identify the metrics they need most. These key metrics should be visible at first glance, ensuring users don't need to scroll to find essential information. If you notice scrolling is necessary to view all metrics, consider removing less important tiles. Remember, viewers can select a tile to open the related report for more details, so prioritize the most critical information up front. Consider the type of device your audience will use. For computer monitors, more tiles can be added. However, for mobile devices, fewer tiles enhance readability. Tailor your dashboards to fit the viewing device for optimal user experience. To customize for mobile users, go to Edit, then Mobile Layout. These allows you to adjust the dashboard specifically for mobile viewing. Once customized, switch back to the web layout to ensure consistency across devices. When presenting your dashboard in meetings or presentations, utilize full screen mode. These ensures everyone can clearly see the dashboard's details, showcasing the effort and thought put into its design. Power BI leverages artificial intelligence to provide valuable insights into your data, helping you identify trends and anomalies. Let's explore the 5 AI-powered insight features within Power BI. These features include insights for reports, individual visuals, dashboard tiles, quick insights for datasets, and AI insights for data modules in Power Query. Power BI proactively notifies you when it identifies an insight. Anomalies are unexpected data points. Power BI categorizes them into significant anomalies, recent anomalies, and anomaly summarizes. It analyzes related data segments to find correlations and provide detailed insights. Trends indicate prolonged data changes. Power BI breaks them into long, steep, recent, and reversal trends. It seeks explanation for these trends, offering insights based on correlation likelihood. Key performance indicator analysis compares current values to target values, identify variance and potential explanations. These helps in understanding performance against set goals. AI insights in Power BI empowers users to make informed decisions by highlighting critical data patterns. Explore these features to enhance your data analysis capabilities. Now let's cover 215 real exam question answers for DP-900 Microsoft Azure Data Fundamentals exam. These question answers PDF is also available to download from shapingpixel.com website. The full link will be in the description. Question number 1. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. Descriptive analytics tells you, and you have 4 options. What is most likely to occur in the future? What occurred in the past? Which actions you can perform to affect outcomes? Why something occurred in the past? So the right answer is option what occurred in the past. Descriptive analysis summarizes raw data and makes that data easily deciphered. It describes the past, where the past refers to any point of time when an event has occurred, whether it has 1 minute ago or 1 year ago. Question number 2. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. So note each correct selection is worth 1 point. So the statements are: normalization involves eliminating relationships between database tables. Normalization Normalizing a database reduces data redundancy. Normalization improves data integrity. So the right answers are: the first statement is false, the second statement is true, and the third statement is true. So normalization is the process of organizing data in a database. These includes creating tables and establishing relationships between those tables according to rules designed both to protect the data and to make the database more flexible by eliminating redundancy and inconsistent dependency. Question number 3. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. An extract, transform, and load ETL process requires, and the options are: a matching schema in the data source and the data target, a target data store powerful enough to perform data that is fully processed before being loaded to the target data store, that the data target be a relational database. So the right option is data that is fully processed before being loaded to the target data store. So extract, transform, and load ETL is a data pipeline used to collect data from various sources, transform the data according to business rules, and load it into a destination data store. Question number 4. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. So in batch processing, and you have 4 options. Data is always inserted one row at a time. Data is processed in real time. Latency is in delivering data processing result is acceptable. Processing can only execute serially. And the right answer is latency in delivering data processing result is acceptable. So when to use batch processing, you might expect latencies when using batch processing. For many situations, however, this type of delay before the transfer of data begins is not a big issue. The process that use these functions are not mission critical at the exact moment. Question number 5. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. Transcribing audio files is an example of dash analytics, and the options are cognitive, descriptive, predictive, prescriptive. So the right answer is cognitive. So transcribe means converting from audio to text. This is similar to Alexa. Alexa is a cognitive device. Question number 6. Match the types of analytics that can be used to answer the business questions. To answer, drag the appropriate analytics type from the column on the left to its question on the right. Each analytics type may be used once, more than once, or not at all. Analytics types: cognitive, diagnostic, descriptive, predictive, and prescriptive. The statements are: why did sales increase last month? How do I allocate my budget to buy different inventory items? Which people are mentioned in a company's business documents? So the right options are: the first statement is diagnostics, the second one is descriptive, and the third one is prescriptive. Descriptive, what's happening, diagnostic, why happening, and predictive, what will happen, and prescriptive, what action should we take. Question number 7. You have the following JSON document. Use the drop-down menus to select the answer choice that completes each statement based on the information presented in the JSON document. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. So customer is, and you have three options: a nested array, a nested object, a root object. Address is, and you have three options: a nested array, a nested object, or a root object. And social media is a nested array, a nested object, a root object. You can pause the video to have a look at the JSON document. So the right options are: a customer is a root object, address is a nested object, and social media is a nested array. Question number 8. You are following the data model shown in the following exhibit. So you can pause the video to have a look at the exhibit. Use the drop-down menus to select the answer choice that completes each statement based on the information presented in the graphic. So the data model is a, and you have three options: transactional model, star schema, snowflake schema. And the customer is a dash table, and you have three options: fact, dimension, and bridge. So the data model is a star schema. The customer is a bridge table. So in computing, the star schema is the simplest style of data mart scheme and is the approach most widely used to develop data warehouses and dimensional data marts. The star schema consists of one or more fact tables referring any number of dimension tables. The star schema is an important special case of the snowflake schema and is more effective for handling simpler queries. So the star schema consists of one or more fact tables referring any number of dimensional tables. Question number 9. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. So the massively parallel processing MPP engine of Azure Synapse Analytics, and you have four options: distributes processing across compute nodes, distributes processing across control nodes, redirects client connections across compute nodes, redirects clients connections across control nodes. And the right answer is distributes processing across compute nodes. Question number 10. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. So the options are a clustered index, a file table, a foreign key, a stored residue. Is an object associated with the table that sorts and stores the data rows in the table based on their key values. So the right option is a clustered index. Question number 11. To complete this sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. A relational database is appropriate for scenarios that involves a high volume of, and you have four options: changes to relationships between entities, geographically distributed writes, transactional writes, writes that have varying data structures. The right option is transactional writes. Relational databases are optimized for writes. They are optimized for consistency and availability. Advantages of relational databases include simplicity, ease of data retrieval, data integrity, and flexibility. Question number 12. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. So the statements are: batch processing can output data to a file store. Batch processing can output data to a relational database. Batch processing can output data to a NoSQL database. So the first statement is true, the second statement is false, and the third statement is false. Big data solutions often use long-running batch jobs to filter, aggregate, and otherwise prepare the data for analysis. Usually, these jobs involve reading source files from scalable storage like HDFS, Azure Data Lake Store, and Azure Storage. Processing them and writing the output to new files is scalable storage. Question number 13. Your company plans to load data from a customer relationship management system to a data warehouse by using an extract, load, and transform process. Where does data processing occur for each stage of the ELT process? To answer, drag the appropriate locations to the correct stages. Each location may be used once, more than once, or not at all. You may need to drag the split bar between panes or scroll to view content. Location, an in-memory data integration tool, the CRM system, the data warehouse. So for transform, we have an in-memory data integration, and for extract, we have CRM system, and for data warehouse, we have load. So the CRM system, data is extracted for the CRM system. The second box, data warehouse, data is loaded to the data warehouse. And third box, an in-memory data integration tool. The data transformation that takes place usually involves various operations such as filtering, sorting, aggregating, joining data, cleaning data, deduplicating, and validating data. Question number 14. To complete this sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. A visualization that shows a university's current student enrollment versus the maximum capacity is an example of dash analytics, and the options are cognitive, descriptive, predictive, prescriptive. And the right option is descriptive. Descriptive to answer the question what's happening, diagnostic to answer the question why is happening, predictive to answer the question what will happen, and prescriptive to answer the question what actions should we take. Question number 15. Match the types of visualizations to the appropriate descriptions. To answer, drag the appropriate visualization type from the column on the left to its description on the right. Each visualization type may be used once, more than once, or not at all. So visualizations are key influencer, scatter, and tree map. So the first key influencer goes to the statement a chart that displays the major contributions of the selected results or value. Scatter will go to a chart that shows the relationship between two numerical values. Tree map will go to a chart of colored nested rectangles that displays individual data points represented by the size and color of a relative rectangle. So tree maps are charts of colored rectangles with size representing value. They can be hierarchical with rectangle nested within the main rectangles. Key influencer, a key influencer chart displays the major contributors to a selected result or value. Scatter and the bubble chart display relationship between two scatter or three bubble quantitative measures, whether or not, in which order, etc. Question number 16. You need to create an Azure storage account. Data in the account must replicate outside the Azure region automatically. Which two types of replication can you use for the storage account? Each correct answer represents a complete solution. So each correct selection is worth 1 point. And you have four options. Option A, zone redundant storage, ZRS. Option B, read access geo redundant storage, which is RAGRS. Option C, locally redundant storage, LRS. And option D, geo redundant storage, GRS. So the right option is option B, read access geo redundant storage. And option D, geo redundant storage. So Azure Storage offers two options for copying your data to a secondary region, geo-redundant storage and geo-zone redundant storage. So with GRS and ZRS, the data in the secondary region isn't available for read or write access unless there is a failover to the secondary region. For read access to the secondary region, configure your storage account to use read access geo redundant storage or read access geo zone redundant storage. Question number 17. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. So each correct selection is worth 1 point. So the statements are: platform as a service database offering in Azure requires less setup and configuration effort than infrastructure as a service database offering. Platform as a service database offering in Azure provides end users with the ability to control and update the operating system version. All relation and non-relational platform as a service database offering in Azure can be paused to reduce cost. So the right options are: the first statement is true, and the second statement is false, and the third statement is false. So like IaaS and PaaS include infrastructure, reserves, storage and networking, but also middleware, development tools, business intelligence services, database management systems, and more. PaaS is designed to support the complete web application lifecycle, building, testing, deploying, managing, and updating. PaaS allow you to avoid the expense and complexity of buying and managing software licenses, the underlying application infrastructure, and middleware. Container orchestrators such as Kubernetes are the development tools and other resources. Question number 18. Which statement is an example of data manipulation language, DML? And the options are: option A, revoke; option B, disable; option C, insert; and option D, grant. So the right answer is option C, insert. So data manipulation language, DML, affect the information stored in the database. Use these statements to insert, update, and change the rows in database. Delete, insert, select, update, and merge. Question number 19. You have SQL query that combines customer data and order data. The query includes calculated columns. You need to create a database object that would allow other users to rerun the same SQL query. What should you create? And you have four options. Option A, an index. Option B, a view. Option C, a scalar function. Option D, a table. So the right answer is option B, a view. So a view is a virtual table whose contents are defined by a query. A view acts as a filter on the underlying table referenced in the view. The query that defines the view can be from one or more tables or from other views in the current or other databases. Question number 20. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. A key value data store is optimized for, and you have four options: enforcing constraints, simple lookups, table joins, transactions. So the right option is simple lookups. So a key value store associates each data value with a unique key. Most key value stores only support simple query, insert and delete operations. To modify a value, an application must override the existing data for the entire value. In most implementations, reading and writing a single value is an atomic operation. An application can store arbitrary data as a set of values. Any schema information must be provided by the application. The key value store simply retrieves or stores the value by key. Question number 21. Match the types of data to the appropriate Azure data services. To answer, drag the appropriate data type from the column on the left to its services on the right. Each data type may be used once, more than once, or not at all. So the data types are image files, key value pairs, relationship database between employees. So the image files goes to Azure Blob Storage. Key value pairs is Azure Cosmos DB Gremlin API, and relationships between employees Azure Table Storage. So Azure Blob Storage is suitable for image files. Azure Cosmos DB Table API is a key value storage hosted in the cloud. One-to-many relationships between business domains objects occur frequently. For example, one department has many employees. There are several ways to implement one-to-many relationships in the Azure Table service. Question number 22. Match the Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2 terms to the appropriate levels in the hierarchy. To answer, drag the appropriate term from the column on the left to its level on the right. Each term may be used once, more than once, or not at all. So each correct match is worth 1 point. So the terms are Azure Storage Account, File Share, and Container. So the first one goes to first box, which Azure Storage Account, and in the second box we have Container. Question number 23. What are the two characteristics of real-time data processing? Each correct answer represents a complete solution. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. And you have four options. Option A, data is processed periodically. Option B, low latency is expected. Option C, high latency is acceptable. Option D, data is processed as it is created. So the right answer is option B, low latency is expected. And option D, data is processed as it is created. Real-time processing deals with streams of data that are captured in real time and processed with minimal latency to generate real-time reports or automated responses. Question number 24. Match the Azure Data Factory components to the appropriate descriptions. To answer, drag the appropriate components from the column on the left to its description on the right. Each component may be used once, more than once, or not at all. So each correct match is worth 1 point. So the components are dataset, linked service, mapping data flow, pipeline. So the datasets was to a representation of data structures with data stores. Linked services, the information used to connect to external resources. And for the pipeline, a logical grouping of activities that performs a unit of work and can be scheduled. So datasets must be created from paths in Azure data stores. are public web URLs for the data to be accessible by Azure Machine Learning. So linked services are much like connecting strings, which define the connection information needed for data factory to connect to external resources. And a pipeline is a logical grouping of activities that together perform a task. Question number 25. Match the types of workloads to the appropriate scenarios. To answer, drag the appropriate workload type from the column on the left to its scenario on the right. So each workload type may be used once, more than once, or not at all. So each correct match is worth 1 point. So the workload types are batch and streaming. So the batch goes to data for a product catalog will be loaded every 12 hours to a data warehouse. Streaming thousands of data sets per second for online purchases will be loaded into a data warehouse in real time. And for the batch updates to inventory, data will be loaded to a data warehouse every 1 billion transactions. So batch processing refers to the processing of blocks of data that have already been stored over a period of time. Stream processing is a big data technology that allows us to process data in real time as they arrive and detect conditions within a small period of time from the point of receiving the data. It allows us to feed data into analytics tools as soon as they get generated and get instant analytics results. Question number 26. Your company plans to load data from a customer relationship management system to a data warehouse by using an extract, load, and transform process. Where does data processing occur for each stage of the ELT process? To answer, drag the appropriate locations to the correct stages. Each location may be used once, more than once, or not at all. You may need to drag the split bar between panes or scroll to view content. So each correct selection is worth 1 point. So the locations are a standalone data analysis tool, the CRM system, and the data warehouse. So for the extract, the CRM system, and for the load, data warehouse, and for transform, the data warehouse. Question number 27. Your company recently reported sales from the third quarter. You have the chart shown in the following exhibit. Which type of analysis is shown in the fourth quarter? And you have four options. Option A, predictive. Option B, prescriptive. Option C, descriptive. And option D, diagnostic. So the right answer is option A, predictive. Predictive to answer the question, what will happen? Question number 28. Which statement is an example of data manipulation language TML? And the options are revoke, disable, create, update. So the right option is option D, update. So data manipulation language affects the information stored in the database. Use these statements to insert, update, and change the rows in the database. Bulk insert, delete, insert, select, update. Question number 29. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. Creating closed caption text for audio files is an example of dash analytics. And the options are cognitive, descriptive, predictive, and prescriptive. So the right answer is cognitive. Question number 30. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. A visualization that illustrates a university's current student enrollment per department is an example of dash analytics. And the options are cognitive, descriptive, predictive, and prescriptive. And the right option is descriptive. So descriptive, what's happening, diagnostic, why happening, predictive, what will happen, and prescriptive, what action should we take. Question number 31. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. An extract, load, and transform ELT process requires four options: a separate transformation engine, a target data store powerful enough to transform data, data that is fully processed before being loaded to the target data store, and a data pipeline that includes a transformation engine. And the right answer is a target data store powerful enough to transform data. With ELT, the data store used to perform the transformation is the same data store where the data is ultimately consumed. Question number 32. You need to create an Azure resource to store data in Azure table storage. Which command should you run? And you have four options. Option A, AZ storage share create. Option B, AZ storage account create. Option C, AZ Cosmos DB create. And option D, AZ store container create. The right answer is option D, AZ store container create. Question number 33. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. The Azure Cosmos DB Dash API enables the use of select statement to retrieve documents from Azure Cosmos DB. And the options are core, Gremlin, MongoDB, table. So the right option is core SQL. Azure Cosmos DB SQL API accounts provide support for querying items using the structured query language SQL syntax. Question number 34. You need to modify a view in a relational database by adding new column. Which statement should you use? And the options are merge, alter, insert, update. And the right answer is alter. Alter is used to change the table structure in a relational database. Question number 35. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true. Otherwise, select no. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. So the statements are: extract, transform, and load can reduce the transfer of sensitive data to destination systems. Extract, load, and transform transforms data by using a compute resource independent of the resource system and destination system. Extract, load, and transform minimize the time it takes to copy large volumes of data to destination systems. The right options are: the first statement is true, and the second statement is false, and third statement is true. So during data transformation stage, you can apply filters to filter sensitive data. And for the second statement, ELT uses the compute resource of the destination system to transform data. And for the third statement, the key point with ELT is that the data store used to perform the transformation is the same data store where the data is ultimately consumed. This data store reads directly from the scalable storage instead of loading the data into its own proprietary storage. This approach skips the data copy step present in ETL, which often can be time-consuming operation for large data sets. Question number 36. So you plan to deploy a PostgreSQL database to Azure. Which hosting model corresponds to the available deployment options? To answer, select the appropriate options in the answer area. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. So PostgreSQL on Azure VMs, and the options are infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and software as a service. Azure database for PostgreSQL, and the options are infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and software as a service. So the right solutions are, for the first one is infrastructure as a service, and for the second one it's platform as a service. Question number 37. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. So Dash natively supports the analysis of relationships between entities, and the options are column family databases, document databases, graph database, and key value stores. So the right option is graph database. Question number 38. Which Azure storage solution provides native support for POSIX complaint access control list ACLs? And you have four options. Option A, Azure Table Storage. Option B, Azure Data Lake Storage. Option C, Azure Queue Storage. And option D, Azure Files. And the right option is option B, Azure Data Lake Storage. Question number 39. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. Relational data is stored in, and you have four options: a file system as unstructured data, a hierarchical folder structure, a tabular form of rows and columns, and comma separated value files. And the right option is a tabular form of rows and columns. Question number 40. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. So Dash physically sorts the data in a table based on the values in a specified column. And the options are a view, a clustered index, a stored residue, a non-clustered index. So the right answer is a clustered index. Question number 41. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. A block of code that runs in a database is called, and you have four options: a stored residue, a table, a view, an index. The right option is a stored residue. Question number 42. Match the types of analytics that can be used to answer the business questions. To answer, drag the appropriate analytics type from the column on the left to its question on the right. Each analytics type may be used once, more than once, and not at all. Each correct match is worth 1 point. So analytic types are cognitive, diagnostic, descriptive, predictive, and prescriptive. So the first box, why did sales increase last month, is diagnostic. So diagnostic analytics, at this stage you can begin to answer some of those why questions. Historical data can begin to be measured against other data to answer the question of why something happened in the past. This is the process of gathering and interpreting different data sets to identify anomalies, detect patterns, and determine relationships. So the second box provides specific guidance on how to allocate current budget to buy different inventory items is prescriptive. So prescriptive analytics is a combination of data, mathematical models, and varies business rules to infer actions to influence future desired outcomes. Predictive analytics, broadly speaking, is a category of business intelligence that uses descriptive and predictive variables from the past to analyze and identify the likelihood of an unknown future outcome. And for the third box, detect images of the company's logo included in PDF documents, is cognitive. Question number 43. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. So dash presents content defined by a query, and the options are a heap, a stored residue, a view, an index. So the right option is a view. Question number 44. Which type of database is Azure database for PostgreSQL? And the options are option A, platform as a service, option B, infrastructure as a service, option C, Microsoft SQL Server, and option D, on premises. So the right answer is option A, platform as a service. Question number 45. Which storage solution supports access control list ACLs at the file and folder level? And you have four options. Option A, Azure Data Lake Storage. Option B, Azure Queue Storage. Option C, Azure Blob Storage. And option D, Azure Cosmos DB. So the right answer is option A, Azure Data Lake Storage. Question number 46. Select the answer that correctly completes the sentence. A dash is a chart of colored rectangles. The size of the rectangle represents the relative value of each item. The chart can be hierarchical, displaying data as a set of rectangles nested within the main rectangle. And the options are line chart, matrix, scatter, tree map. So the right option is tree map. So a tree map chart divides the chart area into rectangles that represents the different levels and relative sizes of the data hierarchy. Question number 47. What is the characteristics of batch processing? And you have four options. Option A data ingested during batch processing must be processed as soon as the data is received. Option B, large datasets must be split into batches for less than 1 GB before the data can be processed. Option C, there is a noticeable time delay between ingesting data and obtaining the data processing results. And option D, batch processing can only process data that is structured. The right option is option C. There is a noticeable time delay between ingestion data and obtaining the data processing results. Question number 48. Select the answer that correctly completes the sentence. In a SQL statement, dash are examples of aggregate functions. And you have four options: from and where, group by and order by, join and merge, max and min. So the right answer is max and min. Question number 49. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. So each correct selection is worth 1 point. So the statements are: a job that processes sales data once daily is an example of a batch workload. A job that calculates a rolling average temperature reading is an example of a streaming workload. A job that calculates average revenue per product for the last month is an example of a streaming workload. So the right answers are, the first statement is true, and the second statement is true, and the third statement is false. So the first one, batch processing refers to processing of high volume of data in batch within a specific time span. It processes large volume of data all at once. Batch processing is used when batch data is known and finite. It takes a little longer time to process data. For the second statement is true. Stream processing refers to processing of continuous stream of data immediately as it is produced. It analyzes streaming data in real time. Stream processing is used when the data size is unknown and infinite and continuous. Question number 50. Select the answer that correctly completes the sentence. So in a relational database, each row in a table has, and you have four options, a different set of columns, a key value pair, the same set of columns, and unstructured data. Right option is the same set of columns. The same set of columns in relational database. A row is a data record within a table. Each row, which represents a complete record of specific item data, holds different data within the same structure. A row is occasionally referred to as a tuple. Question number 51. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. So the statements are: normalizing a database increases the throughput of writing transactions. Analytic systems are more normalized than transactional systems. Normalizing a database results in queries that requires more joins. The right options are: the first statement is true, and the second statement is false, and the third statement is true. So normalizing a database increases the throughput for reading but reduces for writing. Analytic systems are deformalized to increase performance. Transactional database systems are normalized to increase data consistency. And the third one, transactional database systems are more normalized and requires more joins. Question number 52. Select the answer that correctly completes the sentence. Dash natively supports the analysis of relationships between entities. And the options are column family databases, document databases, graph databases, and key value stores. And the right answer is graph databases. A graph database stores two types of information: nodes and edges. Edges specify relationships between nodes. Nodes and edges can have properties that provide information about the node or edge, similar to column in a table. Edges can also have a direction indicating the nature of the relationship. Question number 53. Select the answer that correctly completes the sentence. A key value data store is optimized for, and you have three options: enforcing constraints, simple lookups, and table joins. So the right answer is simple lookups. So a key value store associates each data value with a unique key. Key value stores are highly optimized for applications performing simple lookups, but are less suitable if you need to query data across different key value stores. Key value stores are also not optimized for querying by value. A single key value store can be extremely scalable, as the data store can easily distribute data across multiple nodes on separate machines. Question number 54. Select the answer that correctly completes the sentence. In an infrastructure as a service instance of Microsoft SQL Server on Azure, you manage the dash that hosts SQL Server. So the options are Elastic Pool, MySQL Server, PostgreSQL Server, and virtual machine. So the right option is virtual machine. So SQL Server on Azure VM. So SQL Server on Azure VM falls into the industry category infrastructure as a service and allows you to run SQL Server inside a fully managed virtual machine in Azure. The most significant difference from SQL database and SQL managed instance is that SQL Server on Azure virtual machines allows full control over the database engine. You can choose when to start maintenance, patching, change the recovery model to simple or bulk logged, pause or start the service when needed, and you can fully customize the SQL Server database engine. With this additional control comes the added responsibility to manage the virtual machine. Question number 55. Select the answer that correctly completes the sentence. Varying fields for each entity in a JSON document is an example of, and you have four options: relational data, semi-structured data, structured data, unstructured data. The right option is semi-structured data. Question number 56. Select the answer that correctly completes the sentence. A JSON document is an example of, and the options are graph data, relational data, semi-structured data, and unstructured data. The right option is semi-structured data. So semi-structured data is the bridge between structured and unstructured data. It does not have a predefined data model and is more complex than structured data, yet easier to store than unstructured data. Question number 57. Which property of a transactional workload guarantees that each transaction is treated as a single unit that either succeeds completely or fail completely? And the options are option A, atomicity, option B, isolation, option C, durability, and option D, consistency. The right option is A, atomicity. So the purpose of making transactions atomic is to prevent different transactions from interfering with one another. This can only happen if more than one user process is trying to access the database at the same time, as when a server allows several clients to use it concurrently. The simplest way to enforce atomicity is for the DBMS to refuse to start any transaction until the previous one has committed. Question number 58. You have a data store that has the structure shown in the following exhibit. So you can pause the video to have a look at the exhibit. Which type of data store is this? And the options are option A, key value, option B, object data, and option C, graph, option D, time series. The right answer is option C, graph. So a graph database stores two types of information, nodes and edges. Edges specify relationships between nodes. Nodes and edges can have properties that provide information about the node or edge, similar to columns in a table. Edges can also have a direction indicating the nature of the relationship. Question number 59. Which type of database contains nodes and edges? And the options are option A, graph, option B, key value, option C, columnar, Option D, time series. The right answer is option A, graph. So a graph database stores two types of information, nodes and edges. Edges specify relationships between nodes. Nodes and edges can have properties that provide information about the node or edge, similar to columns in a table. Edges can also have a direction indicating the nature of the relationship. Question number 60. Select the answer that correctly completes the sentence. So the options are a data analyst, a data engineer, and a data scientist. He is responsible for identifying which business rules must be applied to the data of a company. So the right answer is a data analyst. So a data analyst analyzes numeric data and uses it to help companies make better decisions. Data engineer involves in preparing data that develop, construct, test, and maintain complete architecture. A data scientist analyzes and interprets complex data. Question number 61. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. Relational data uses dash to enforce relationships between different tables. The options are collections, rows, keys, partitions. And the right option is keys. Question number 62. You have an inventory management database that contains the following table. You can pause the video to have a look at the table. Which statement should you use in a SQL query to change the inventory quantity of product 1 to 270? The options are insert, merge, update, create. So the right answer is option C, update. Question number 63. Your company needs to implement a relational database in Azure. The solution must minimize ongoing maintenance. Which Azure service should you use? And you have four options. Option A, Azure HD Insights. Option B, Azure SQL Database. Option C, Azure Cosmos DB. Option D, SQL Server on Azure Virtual Machines. The right option is option B, Azure SQL Database. Question number 64. You are writing a set of SQL queries that administrator will use to troubleshoot an Azure SQL database. You need to embed documents and query results into a SQL notebook. What should you use? And you have four options. Option A, Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio. Option B, Azure Data Studio. Option C, Azure CLI. Option D, Azure PowerShell. The right option is option B, Azure Data Studio. Question number 65. Match the terms to the appropriate descriptions. To answer, drag the appropriate term from the column on the left to its description on the right. Each term may be used once, more than once, or not at all. So the terms are index, view, and table. So the right options are table, a database object that holds data. View, a database object whose content is defined by a query. Index, a database object that helps improve the speed of data retrieval. Question number 66. You have an e-commerce application that reads and writes data to an Azure SQL database. Which type of processing does the application use? We have four options. Option A, stream processing. Option B, batch processing. Option C, online analytical processing. Option D, online transaction processing. The right answer is option D, online transaction processing, OLTP. So OLTP is designed to serve as a persistent data store for businesses or front-end applications. OLTP administers day-to-day transactions of an organization. Question number 67. When can you use an Azure Resource Manager template? And the options are option A, to automate the creation of an interdependent group of Azure resources in a repeatable way. Option B, to apply Azure policies for multi-tenant deployments. Option C, to provision Azure subscriptions. Option D, to control which services and features administrators and developers can deploy from the Azure portal. So the right answer is option A, to automate the creation of an interdependent group of Azure resources in a repeatable way. So you can automate deployments and use the practice of infrastructure as a code. In code, you define the infrastructure that needs to be deployed. To implement infrastructure as a code for your Azure solutions, use Azure Resource Manager templates. The template is a JavaScript object notation file that defines the infrastructure and configuration of your project. The template uses declarative syntax, which lets you state what you intend to deploy without having to write the sequence of programming commands to create it. In the template, you specify the resources to deploy and the properties of those resources. Question number 68. You have an Azure SQL database that you access directly from the internet. You recently changed the public IP address of your computer. After changing the IP address, you can no longer access the database. You can connect to other resources in Azure. What is the possible cause of the issue? And you have four options. Option A, role-based access control. Option B, dynamic host configuration protocol. Option C, domain name service. Option D, a database level firewall. So the right option is option D, a database level firewall. So Azure SQL Database Firewall lets you decide which IP addresses may or may not have access to either your Azure SQL Server or your Azure SQL database. When creating an Azure SQL database, the firewall needs to be configured before anyone will be able to access the database. By default, no external access to your SQL database will be allowed until you explicitly assign permissions by creating a firewall rule. Question number 70. Match the tools to the appropriate descriptions. To answer, drag the appropriate tool from the column on the left to its description on the right. Each tool may be used once, more than once, or not at all. So the tools are Azure Data Studio, Microsoft SQL Server Data Tools, Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio. So the right answers are Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio for a graphical tool for managing SQL Server, or Azure SQL databases that supports access configuration, management, and administration tasks. Azure Data Studio for a lightweight editor that can run on-demand SQL queries and view and save results as text, JSON, or Microsoft Excel files. Microsoft SQL Server Data Tools for development tools for building Azure SQL databases. Microsoft SQL Server Relational Databases, SQL Server Analysis Service, Data Models, SQL Server Integration Services Packages, and SQL Server Reporting Services Reports. Question number 70. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. So each correct selection is worth 1 point. So the statements are: relational database tables contains column and rows. Indexes in a relational database describes the data types in a table. A database view is a virtual table whose content is defined by a query. So the right options are, so the first statement is true, the second statement is false, and the third statement is true. So tables are databases objects that contain all the data in a database. In tables, data is logically organized in a row and column format similar to a spreadsheet. Each row represents a unique record and each column represents a field in the record. So an index is an on-disk structure associated with a table or view that speeds retrievals of rows from the table or view. The third statement, a view is a virtual table whose contents are defined by a query. Like a table, a view consists of a set of named columns and rows of data. Question number 71. Which command line tool can you use to query Azure SQL databases? And you have four options. Option A, SQL CMD. Option B, BCP. Option C, AZ Data. Option D, Azure CLI. The right answer is option A, SQL CMD. So SQL CMD utility lets you enter, transact SQL statements, system procedures, and script files at the command prompt. Question number 72. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. So the statements are: Azure SQL database includes a managed backup service. Azure SQL database has built-in high availability. Azure SQL database can use Azure Defender. So the right answers are, so the first statement is true, second statement is true, and the third statement is true. So Azure Defender provides security alerts and advanced threat protection for virtual machines, SQL databases, containers, web applications, your network, and more. Question number 73. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. So the statements are: you can use Azure Data Studio to query a Microsoft SQL Server big data cluster. You can use Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio to query an Azure Synapse Analytics data warehouse. You can use MySQL Workbench to query Azure Database for MariaDB databases. So the right options are, so the first statement is true, second statement is true, and the third statement is true. Question number 74. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. So the statements are: platform as a service database offering in Azure provide built-in high availability. Platform as a service database offerings in Azure provide configurable scaling option. Platform as a service database offering in Azure reduce the administrative overhead for managing hardware. So the right options are, the first statement is true, second statement is true, and the third statement is true. Question number 75. You have the following SQL query. So you can pause the video to have a look at the query. So what are dbu.products and product names? To answer, select the appropriate options in the answer area. So each correct selection is worth 1 point. So dbu.products options are a column, a database, a table, an index, and product name The options are a column, a database, a table, and an index. So the right options are, so DBO products are a table, product name, a column. Question number 76. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. So each correct selection is worth 1 point. So the statements are, you must apply operating system updates to Azure SQL database regularly. You need a Microsoft 365 subscription to create an Azure SQL database. You can use existing Microsoft SQL Server license to reduce the cost of Azure SQL database. So the right answers are, the first statement is false, second statement is false, and the third statement is true. Question number 77. Which statement is an example of data definition language DDL? And the options are select, join, update, create. So the right option is option D, create. So data definition language statements defines data structures. Use these statements to create, alter, or drop data structures in a database. These statements include alter, collation, create, drop, disable trigger, enable trigger, rename, update statistics, truncate table, insert. Question number 78. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. So each correct selection is worth 1 point. So the statements are, Azure Data Studio can be used to query an Azure SQL database from a device that runs Mac OS. Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio enables users to create and use SQL notebooks. Azure Data Studio can be used to restore a database. So right options are, first statement is true, second statement is false, and the third statement is true. So Azure Data Studio is a cross-platform database tool for data professionals using on-premises and cloud data platforms on Windows, Mac OS, and Linux. You can use Azure Data Studio to connect to an Azure SQL database server. You will then run transact SQL statements to create and query Azure SQL databases. So SQL Server Management Studio is for configuring, managing, and administering all components within Microsoft SQL Server, not to create SQL notebooks. Instead, you use Azure Data Studio or create SQL notebooks. So you can use the Azure Data Studio to restore databases. Question number 79. You are deploying a software as a service application that requires a relational database for online transaction processing. Which Azure service should you use to support the application? And the options are, option A, Azure Cosmos DB, option B, Azure HD Insights, option C, Azure SQL Database, option D, Azure Synapse Analytics. So the right answer is option C, Azure SQL Database. So Azure SQL Database is a relational database and a managed service. So incorrect answers are A and B, Cosmos DB, HD Insights are non-relational databases. And option D, Azure Synapse Analytics is for data warehousing, not for online transaction processing. Question number 80. What are the two benefits of platform as a service relational database offerings in Azure, such as Azure SQL Database? Each correct answer represents a complete solution. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. And you have four options. Option A, access to the latest features. Option B, complete control over backup and restore process. Option C, in database machine learning services. Option D, reduced administrative effort for managing the server infrastructure. So the right answer is option A, access to the latest features. And option D, reduced administrative effort for managing the server infrastructure. So Azure SQL Database is a fully managed platform as a service database engine that handles most of the database management functions such as upgrading, patching, backups, and monitoring without user involvement. An SQL database delivers predictable performance with multiple resource types, service styles, and compute sizes. It provides dynamic scalability with no downtime, built-in intelligent optimization, global scalability and availability, and advanced security options. These capabilities allow you to focus on rapid app development and accelerating your time to market rather than on managing virtual machine and infrastructure. Question number 81. For each of the following statement, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. So each correct selection is worth 1 point. The statements are: if you have a platform as a service database in Azure, you are responsible for applying operating system updates. If you have platform as a service PaaS database in Azure, backups are performed automatically. If you have platform as a service database in Azure, you are responsible for installation of the database engine. So the right options are, so first statement is false, second statement is true, and the last statement is false. So Microsoft handles all patching and updating of the SQL and operating system code. You don't have to manage the underlying infrastructure. An SQL database is fully managed service that was built in high availability backups and other common maintenance operations. Question number 82. You have a table named sales that contains the following data. You can pause the video to have a look at the table. You need to query the table to return the average sales amount per day. The output must produce the following results. How should you complete the query? To answer, drag the appropriate values to the correct targets. Each value may be used once, more than once, or not at all. You may need to drag the split bar between panes or scroll to view content. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. So the values are create, group by, order by, and select. So let's see the answers. So select sales data, average sales amount from sales, and the group by sales data, order by sales data. Question number 83. You can create an Azure SQL database. Which account can always connect to the database? And you have 4 options. Option A, the Azure Active Directory account that created the database. Option B, the server admin login account of the logical server. Option C, the Azure Active Directory administrator account. Option D, the SA account. So the right answer is option B, the server admin login account of the logical server. So when you first deploy Azure SQL, you specify an admin login and an associated password for that login. This administrative account is called server admin. Question number 84. Which statement is an example of data definition language DDL? The options are select, insert, delete, drop. So the right answer is option D, drop. So data definition language statement defines data structures. Use these statements to create, alter, or drop data structures in a database. These statements include alter, collation, create, drop, disable trigger, enable trigger, rename, update statistics, truncate table, update. Question number 85. A team of developers has computers that run Windows 10 and Ubuntu desktop. The developers need to connect to and query an Azure SQL database from each of their computers. The developers require code assistant features such as IntelliSense. What should the developers use? And I have four options. Option A, SQL CMD. Option B, Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio. Option C, Azure Data Studio. Option D, Azure Data Explorer. So the right answer is option C, Azure Data Studio. So Azure Data Studio is a cross-platform database tool for data professionals who use on-premises and cloud data platforms on Windows, Mac OS, and Linux. Azure Data Studio offers a modern editor experience with IntelliSense, code snippets, source control integration, and an integrated terminal. Question number 86. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. Transparent data encryption encrypts. And you have four options: a column to protect data at rest and in transit, queries and their results in order to protect data in transit, the database to protect data at rest, and the server to protect data at rest. The right answer is the database to protect data at rest. So transparent data encryption helps protect Azure SQL database, Azure SQL managed instance, and Azure Synapse Analytics against the threat of malicious offline activities by encrypting data at rest. Question number 87. You need to ensure that users use multi-factor authentication when connecting to an Azure SQL database. Which type of authentication should you use? And you have four options. Option A, Service Principal Authentication. Option B, Azure Active Directory Authentication. Option C, SQL Authentication. Option D, Certificate Authentication. The right answer is option B, Azure Active Directory Authentication. Question number 88. What is the benefit of hosting a database on Azure SQL managed instance as compared to an Azure SQL database? And you have four options. Option A, built-in high availability. Option B, native support for cross-database queries and transactions. Option C, system-initiated automatic backups. Option D, support for encryption at rest. The right answer is option B, native support for cross-database queries and transactions. Question number 89. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. By default, each Azure SQL database is protected by, the options are a network security group, a server level firewall, Azure firewall, Azure front door. So the right answer is a server level firewall. So when you create a new server in Azure SQL database or Azure Synapse Analytics named MySQL Server, for example, a server level firewall blocks all access to the public endpoint for the server. Question number 90. You need to design and model a database by using a graphical tool that supports project-oriented offline database development. What should you use? And you have four options. Option A, Microsoft SQL Server Data Tools. Option B, Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio. Option C, Azure Databricks. Option D, Azure Data Studio. And the right answer is option A, Microsoft SQL Server Data Tools. Question number 91. Match the security components to the appropriate scenarios. To answer, drag the appropriate components from the column on the left to its scenarios on the right. Each component may be used once, more than once, or not at all. So each correct match is worth 1 point. So the components are authentication, firewall, encryption. So the right options are firewall for prevent access to an Azure SQL database from another network, authentication support Azure Active Directory sign-ins on an Azure SQL database, encryption, ensure that sensitive data never appears as plain text in an Azure SQL database. Question number 92. You have a transactional application that stores data in an Azure SQL managed instance. When should you implement a read-only database replica? And you have four options. Option A, you need to generate reports without affecting the transactional workload. Option B, you need to audit the transactional application. Option C, you need to implement high availability in the event of a regional outage. Option D, you need to improve the recovery point objective. So the right answer is option A, you need to generate reports without affecting the transactional workload. So use read-only replicas to offload read-only query workloads. Question number 93. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. A relational database must be used when, and you have four options. A dynamic schema is required. Data will be stored as a key value pairs. Storing large images and videos. Strong consistency guarantees are required. So the right answer is strong consistency guarantees are required. Question number 94. To complete this sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. Relational data uses dash to enforce relationships between different tables. And the options are collections, columns, keys, partitions. The right answer is keys. Question number 95. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. Dash is a virtual table that contains content defined by a query. And the options are a heap, a stored residue, a view, an index. The right answer is a view. Question number 96. You need to query a table named products in an Azure SQL database. Which three requirements must be met to query the table from the internet? Each correct answer represents part of the solution. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. The options are option A, you must be assigned the reader role for the resource group that contains the database. Option B, you must have select access to the products table. Option C, you must have a user in the database. Option D, you must be assigned the contributor role for the resources group that contains the database. Option E, your IP address must be allowed to connect to the database. The right answer is option B, you must have select access to the products table. And option C, you must have a user in the database. And option E, your IP address must be allowed to connect to the database. Question number 97. Which clause should you use in a select statement to combine rows in one table with rows in another table? The options are set, values, key, join. The right option is option D, join. Question number 98. Your company needs to ensure that an Azure virtual machine can connect to Azure SQL databases without exposing the databases to the internet. What should you use? And you have four options. Option A, Azure Application Gateway. Option B, Azure Traffic Manager. Option C, Azure DNS. And option D, Azure Private Link. So the right answer is option D, Azure Private Link. So Azure Private Link enables you to access Azure PaaS service, for example, Azure Storage and Azure SQL database, and Azure hosted customer-owned partner service over a private endpoint in your virtual network. Traffic between your virtual network and service travels the Microsoft backbone network, exposing your service to the public internet is no longer necessary. Question number 99. Match the Azure SQL services to the appropriate use cases. To answer, drag the appropriate services from the column on the left to its use case on the right. Each service may be used once, more than once, or not at all. So each correct match is worth 1 point. So Azure SQL services are Azure SQL Database Elastic Pool, Azure SQL Database Single Database, and Azure SQL Managed Instances. So the right options are Azure SQL Database Single Database is a serverless configuration. Azure SQL Managed Instance is a database that has the highest capability with on-premises Microsoft SQL Server. Azure SQL Database Elastic Pool is a low-cost, low-maintenance database. So Azure SQL Database Single Database Serverless is a compute tier for single databases in Azure SQL Database that automatically scales compute based on workload demand and bills for the amount of compute used per second. The serverless computer tier also automatically pauses database during inactive periods when only storage is built and automatically resumes databases when activity returns. So Azure SQL Managed Instance. Azure SQL Managed Instance is an intelligent, scalable cloud database service that combines the broadest SQL Server database engine capabilities with all the benefits of a fully managed and evergreen platform as a service. Azure SQL Database Elastic Pools are simple, cost-effective solution for managing and scaling multiple databases that have varying and unpredictable usage demands. The databases in an elastic pool or on a single server and share a set of number of resources too at a set price. Elastic pools in SQL database enable software as a service developers to optimize the price performance for a group of databases within a prescribed budget while delivering performance elastic for each databases. Question number 100. Which TSQL statement should be used to instruct a database management system to use an index instead of performing a full table scan? And the options are select, where, join. So the right answer is A, select. Table hence override the default behavior of the query optimizer for the duration of the data manipulation language statement by specifying a locking method, one or more indexes, a query processing operation such as table scan or index seek are other options. Table hints are specified in the form clause of the DML statement and affects only the table or view referenced in that clause. So this applies to the following commands: delete, insert, select, update. Question number 101. Select the answer that correctly completes the sentence. Dash is a platform as a service, relational data service that uses massively parallel processing. The options are Azure SQL Database, Azure Synapse Analytics, Azure Database for MariaDB, SQL Server on Azure Virtual Machines. So the right answer is Azure Synapse Analytics. So Azure Synapse Analytics is a platform as a service that combines data integration, warehousing, and analytics into one solution. Azure Synapse Analytics offers cloud-based relational data warehousing services, massively parallel processing, scale-out technology, and enough computational power to efficiently manage petabytes and petabytes of data. Question number 102. Select the answer that correctly completes the sentence. So Dash physically sorts the data in a table based on the values in a specified column. And the options are a view, a clustered index, a stored residue, a non-clustered index. So the right option is a clustered index. A clustered index defines the order in which data is physically stored in a table. Table data can be sorted in only way. Therefore, there can be only one clustered index per table. In SQL Server, the primary key constraints automatically creates a clustered index on that particular column. Question number 103. You have the following SQL query. You can pause the video to have a look at the query. So what are the DBO.products and product names? To answer, select the appropriate option in the answer area. So each correct selection is worth 1 point. So DBO.products and product names. So the options are a column, a database, a table, and index. So the right options are, so DBO products are a table and product name is a column. Question number 104. Select the answer that correctly completes the sentence. In a relational database, the dash uniquely identifies each row in a table. And the options are foreign key, primary key, where clause, non-clustered index. So the right answer is primary key. A primary key is a special relational database table column or combination of columns designed to uniquely identify each table record or row. Question number 105. Select the answer that correctly completes the sentence. Dash represents content defined by query. And the options are a heap, a stored residue, a view, an index. So the right answer is a view. A database view is a subset of a database and is based on a query that runs on one or more database tables. Question number 106. Which Azure service provides highest capabilities for databases migrated from Microsoft SQL Server 2019 Enterprise Edition? You have four options. Option A, Azure SQL Database. Option B, Azure Database for MySQL. Option C, Azure SQL Managed Instance. Option D, an Azure SQL Database Elastic Pool. So the right answer is option C, Azure SQL Managed Instances. So SQL Managed Instance has near 100% capabilities with the latest SQL Server database engine, providing a native virtual network implementation that addresses common security concerns and a business model favorable for existing SQL Server customers. So Azure SQL Managed Instance is the intelligent, scalable cloud database service that combines the broadest SQL Service database engine capabilities with all the benefits of a fully managed and evergreen platform as a service. Question number 107. Which setting can only be configured during the creation of an Azure Cosmos DB account? And you have four options. Option A, geo redundancy. Option B, multi-region rights. Option C, production or non-production account type. Option D, API. So the right option is option D, API. So you must create a separate account for each API. Question number 108. Match the types of data stores to the appropriate scenarios. To answer, drag the appropriate data store type from the column on the left to its scenario on the right. Each data store type may be used once, more than once, or not at all. So data store types are graph, object, key value. So the right options are key values, a list of application usernames and for each the default language, An object is for a collection of medical images and their associated metadata, and graph is for employee data that shows the relationship between employees. A key value store associated each data value with a unique key, and object storage is optimized for storing and retrieving large binary objects like images, files, videos, and audio streams, large application data objects and documents, virtual machine disk images, and graph. A graph database stores two types of information: nodes and edges. Edges specify a relationship between nodes. Nodes and edges can have properties that provide information about that node or edge. Similar to column in a table, edges can also have a direction indicating the nature of the relationship. Question number 109. You have an Azure Cosmos DB account that uses the core API. Which two settings can you configure at the container level? Each correct answer represents a complete solution. And you have four options. Option A, the throughput. Option B, the read region. Option C, the partition key. And option D, the API. The right answer is option A, the throughput. And option C, the partition key. Question number 110. Your company is designing a data store that will contain students' data. The data has the following format. So you can pause the video to have a look at the table. So which type of data store should you use? And you have four options: graph, key value, object, columnar. So the right answer is option D, columnar. Question number 111. Which storage solution supports role-based access control at the file and folder level? And we have four options. Option A, Azure Disk Storage. Option B, Azure Data Lake Storage. Option C, Azure Blob Storage. And option D, Azure Queue Storage. So the right answer here is option B, Azure Data Lake Storage. Question number 112. You need to store data in Azure Blob Storage for 7 years to meet your company's compliance requirements. The retrieval time of the data is unimportant. The solution must minimize storage costs. Which storage tier should you use? And we have three options: archive, hot, cool. So the right answer here is option A, archive. Archive optimized for storing data that is rarely accessed and stored for at least 180 days with flexible latency requirements on the order of hours. Question number 113. Which type of non-relational data store supports a flexible schema, stores data as JSON files, and stores all the data for an entity in the same document? And we have four options. Option A, document. Option B, columnar. Option C, graph. And option D, time series. So the right answer here is option A, document. Question number 114. Match the Azure Cosmos DB APIs to the appropriate data structures. To answer, drag the appropriate API from the column on the left to its data structure on the right. Each API may be used once, more than once, or not at all. Each correct answer is worth 1 point. So the APIs we have Cassandra API, Gremlin API, MongoDB API, Table API. So the right answers for graph data is Gremlin API, and for JSON documents we have MongoDB API, and for key value data we have Table API. Question number 115. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. To configure an Azure storage account to support both security at the folder level and atomic directory manipulation. So we have 4 options. So the right answer here is enable the hierarchical namespace. A key mechanism that allows Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2 to provide file system performance at object storage scale and prices is the addition of a hierarchical namespace. These allows the collection of object files within an account to be organized into a hierarchy of directories and nested subdirectories in the same way that the file system on your computer is organized. With a hierarchical namespace enabled, a storage account becomes capable of providing the scalability and cost effectiveness of object storage with file system semantics that are familiar to analytics engines and frameworks. One advantage of hierarchical namespace is atomic directory manipulation. Object stores approximate a directory hierarchy by adopting a convention of embedding slashes in the object name to denote path segments. Question number 116. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. You can query a graph database in Cosmos, Azure Cosmos DB. And we have 4 options. So the right option here is as nodes and edges by using the Gremlin language. So question number 117. When provisioning an Azure Cosmos DB account, which feature provides redundancy within an Azure region? And we have 4 options. Option A, multi-master replication. Option B, availability zones. Option C, the strong consistency level. And option D, automatic failover. So the right answer here is option B, availability zones. With availability zone support, Azure Cosmos DB will ensure replicas are placed across multiple zones within a given region to provide high availability and resiliency to zonal failures. So Azure Cosmos DB provides high availability in 2 primary ways. First, Azure Cosmos DB replicates data across regions configured within a Cosmos account. Second, Azure Cosmos DB maintains 4 replicas of data within a region. Question number 118. What is the benefit of the Azure Cosmos DB Table API as compared to Azure Table Storage? And we have 4 options. Option A provides resiliency if an Azure region fails. Option B, support partitioning. Option C, provides a higher storage capacity. And option D, supports a multi-master model. So the right answer here is option D, supports a multi-master model. Multi-master support for Azure Cosmos DB is now available in all public regions. Azure Cosmos DB Table API is a key value storage hosted in the cloud. It's a part of Azure Cosmos DB, that is Microsoft multi-model database. Question number 119. Your company needs to design a database that shows how changes in network traffic in one area of a network affect network traffic in other areas of the network. Which type of data store should you use? And we have four options: graph, key value, document, columnar. So the right answer here is option A, graph. Data as it appears in the real world is naturally connected. Traditional data modeling focuses on defining entities separately and computing their relationships at runtime. While this model has its advantages, highly connected data can be challenging to manage under its constraints. A graph database approach relies on persisting relationships in the storage layer instead, which leads to highly efficient graph retrieval operations. Azure Cosmos DB's Gremlin API supports the property graph model. Question number 120. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. So each correct selection is worth 1 point. Azure Databricks can consume data from Azure SQL database. So this statement is true. Azure Databricks can consume data from Azure Event Hubs. This statement is true. Azure Databricks can consume data from Azure Cosmos DB, and this is also true. So Azure Databricks can consume data from SQL databases using JDBC and from SQL databases using the Apache Spark connector. The Apache Spark connector for Azure SQL database and SQL Server enables these databases to act as input data sources and output data sinks for Apache Spark jobs. So you can stream data into Azure Databricks using Event Hubs. You can also run Spark jobs with data stored in Azure Cosmos DB using the Cosmos DB Spark connector. Cosmos can be used for batch and stream processing and as a serving layer for low latency access. You can use the connector with Azure Databricks or Azure HT Insight, which provide managed Spark cluster on Azure. So question number 121. Match the data store services to the appropriate descriptions. To answer, track the appropriate service from the column on the left of its description on the right. Each service may be used once, more than once, or not at all. So each correct match is worth 1 point. So we have the following services: Azure Blob Storage, Azure Cosmos DB, Azure Files, Azure Table Storage. So the right services for the statements are: so Azure Cosmos DB for enables the use of SQL queries against data stored in JSON documents. Azure Files enables users to access data by using the server message block version 3 protocol. So in Azure Cosmos DB's SQL API, items are stored as JSON. The type system and expressions are restricted to deal only with JSON types. Azure Files offers native cloud file sharing services based on the SME protocol. Question number 122. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. When provisioning an Azure Cosmos DB, you need to specify which type of API you will use. So the right answer here is account. Question number 123. You need to store data by using Azure Table Storage. What should you create first? And we have four options. Option A, an Azure Cosmos DB instance. Option B, a storage account. Option C, a blob container. Or option D, a table. So the right answer here is option B, a storage account. So first create an Azure storage account, then use table service in the Azure portal to create a table. So an Azure storage account contains all of your Azure storage data objects, blobs, files, queues, and tables. Question number 124. You need to recommend a data store service that meets the following requirements. Native SQL API access, configurable indexes. What should you recommend? And we have four options: Azure Files, Azure Blob Storage, Azure Table Storage, Azure Cosmos DB. So the right answer here is option D, Azure Cosmos DB. So Azure Cosmos DB comes with the native core API support. In Azure Cosmos DB, data is indexed following indexing policies that are defined for each container. The default indexing policy for newly created containers enforces range indexes for any string or number. This policy can be overridden with your own custom indexing policy. Question number 125. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. So we have the following statements. Azure Table Storage within a single Azure storage account supports multiple concurrent reads in different Azure regions. So this statement is true. Azure Table Storage within a single Azure storage account supports multiple concurrent writes in different Azure regions. This statement is false. An Azure Cosmos DB account that uses the table API supports multiple concurrent reads in different Azure regions. This statement is true. An Azure Cosmos DB account that uses the table API supports multiple concurrent writes in different Azure regions. This statement is true as well. Question number 126. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. To configure an Azure storage account to support access control list that have object level permissions. So the right option here is enable the hierarchical namespace. So a key mechanism that allows Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2 to provide file system performance at object storage scale and prices is the additional of a hierarchical namespace. These allows the collection of objects files within an account to be organized into a hierarchy of directories and nested subdirectories in the same way that the file system on your computer is organized. With a hierarchical namespace enabled, a storage account becomes capable of providing the scalability and cost effectiveness of the object storage with file system semantics that are familiar to analytics engines and frameworks. Question number 127. Your office is planning to use Power BI for its analytics reports but needs to know which of its existing Azure resources will not support Power BI paginated reports. Which of the following Azure services does not support Power BI? And we have four options. Option A, SQL Server via Gateway. Option B, Teradata. Option C, Oracle databases. And option D, Azure Data Lake. So the right answer here is option D, Azure Data Lake. So Azure Data Lake is not a supported data source of Power BI. The following are the supported data source: Azure SQL Database and Data Warehouse, Azure Analysis Service, SQL Service via a Gateway, SQL Service Analysis Service via a Gateway, Power BI Datasets, Oracle, Teradata. Question number 128. An office heating and cooling system's temperature detection devices will gather the stored temperature data from various offices on a different floors within a building and send the stored data once a week to a backend server for analysis. This is an example of which type of data processing. And we have four options: batch processing, real-time processing, stream processing, and transactional processing. So the right answer here is option A, batch processing. So at the sensors gather the stored data for each week before it is sent. The data is considered historic even though a week is far from ancient history. Essentially, if it not gathered in real time or near real time, it is still considered historic data and it is qualifies as batch analysis. Question number 129. Your manager has approached you with the request to reduce Azure storage costs in your department and ask you if changing storage tiers from hot to cold would help. What key consideration should you inform him about when performing this change? And we have four options. Option A, hot storage has a higher storage cost but lower access costs. Option B, storage tiers are relative to the amount of data stored, not the age of the data. We should move all data to cold storage. Option C, cool storage has a lower storage cost but higher access cost. We should ensure that data is not frequently accessed. And option D, storage tiering is complicated. You should move back to storage accounts or page blob storage and see if this helps. So the right answer here is option C. Cool storage has a lower storage cost but higher access cost. We should ensure the data is not frequently accessed. So the Azure Cool Storage tier is optimized for storing data that is infrequently accessed and long-lived. Data in the cool storage tier can tolerate slightly lower availability but still requires high durability and similar time to access and throughput characteristics as hot data. For cool data, a slightly lower availability SLA and higher access cost are acceptable trade-offs for much lower storage costs. Question number 130. Which of the following is not a feature of Azure Table Storage? And we have four options. Option A, Azure Table Storage can store petabytes of semi-structured data and non-relational data. And option B, Azure Table Storage can support different rows in the same table with different structures. Option C, Azure Table Storage can offer a strong consistency model. Or option D, Azure Table Storage supports Go and .NET client libraries. So the right answer here is option D. Azure Table Storage supports Go and .NET client libraries. The first three options are the features of Azure Table Storage. Azure Storage provides rich client libraries for building apps with .NET, Java, Android, C++, Node.js, PHP, Ruby, and Python, but currently the client library of Go language is not available. Question number 131. Review the following SQL statement. Which parameter is ABC employees in the SQL statement? And we have four options: table name, column name, database name, values to be inserted. So the right answer here is option A, table name. This is a SQL statement, and as per the syntax, abc.employees is the table into which the data is entered. Question number 132. Your employer will be moving an application to Azure soon. You have been tasked with choosing a relational database management system that makes the transition go as smoothly as possible. The new database management system must be compatible with Oracle database. It must allow the application to query older versions of data, and it must be low maintenance once provisioned. Which solution below would be the best choice? And we have four options: MariaDB, SQL Server, PostgreSQL, and MySQL. So the right answer here is option A, MariaDB. MariaDB is the only choice that meets all of its listed requirements. It has built-in support for temporal data. There is very little additional administration required once it has been provisioned in Azure, and it offers compatibility with Oracle. Question number 133. Your company onboarded to Azure recently. You host an on-premises graph database which uses Gremlin on-premises. Your manager asks you to look into the possible platform as a service database service that you can host your on-premises database Azure service. Which Azure database service will fulfill your requirements? And we have four options: Azure Cosmos DB, Azure SQL Database, Azure Cache for Redis, Azure Database for MariaDB. So the right answer here is option A, Azure Cosmos DB. Azure Cosmos DB is the globally distributed multi-model database service for Microsoft for mission-critical applications. Azure Cosmos DB provides a graph database service via the Gremlin API on a fully managed database service designed for any scale. Question number 134. Which of the following SQL actions is an example of data manipulation language? And we have four options: insert, drop, alter, create. So the right answer here is option A, insert. A data manipulation language is a computer programming language used for adding, deleting, and modifying data in a database. A DML is often a sub-language of a broader database language such as SQL, with the DML comprising some of the operators in the language. Question number 135. You are setting up the backend for an online game that uses microtransactions for revenue. The totals are billed to the users at the end of the month. There are thousands of users, and you would like the transactions to be processed during off-peak time. What term best describes how this data workload is processed. And we have four options. Option A, batch data processing. Option B, asynchronous data processing. Option C, streaming data processing. And option D, relational data processing. So the right answer here is option A, batch data processing. Batch data processing describes the situation in which large amounts of data are processed all at once, usually at a convenient time. Question number 136. Which of the following is used as data definition language? We have four options: insert, merge, alter, update. So the right answer here is option C, alter. A DDL is a language used to define data structures and modify data. For example, DDL commands can be used to add, remove, or modify tables within a database. DDLs used in database applications are considered a subset of SQL and structured query language. Question number 137. A support specialist is writing SQL queries for custom client reports in Microsoft SQL Server. Which dialect of SQL would be most appropriate for this querying tool? And we have four options: Transact SQL, DML, PGSQL, PLSQL. So the right answer here is option A, Transact SQL. Transact SQL is the correct answer. TSQL is used in both Microsoft SQL Server and Azure SQL databases. PGSQL and PLSQL are used in other querying tools. DML is not a SQL dialect. Question number 138. Which blob access storage tier would you use when dealing with a large amount of data that is rarely used and mainly stored for compliance or tax purposes? And we have four options: hot, cool, archive, deep archive. So the right answer here is option C, archive. Blob storage has multiple access tiers: hot, cool, and archive. The hot tier is for frequently accessed files. The cool tier is for files you expect to access only about once a month or less. The advantage is that it costs less than the hot tier as long as you don't access it frequently. The archive tier is for files that are rarely accessed, such as backup files. It has the lowest storage cost but the highest retrieval costs. It also takes several hours to retrieve files from the archive tier. Question number 139. You will upload a few dozen data blobs to Azure, and you need to choose the best type of storage account for this data. The data is mostly short videos and images from recent corporate retreats that will be shared periodically at conferences. You have been directed to use best practices and to avoid legacy storage solutions. These data will be accessed infrequently by internal parties only, and latency is not a concern. What would be the best storage account type to recommend in this situation? And we have four options: general purpose V2 accounts, blob storage accounts, blob storage accounts, file storage accounts. So the right answer here is option A, general purpose V2 accounts. General purpose V2 accounts would be the best Azure storage solution for this scenario. File storage is not for blobs. Blob storage is a legacy solution, and blob block storage would work, but it is a premium solution, definitely overkill in this particular scenario. Question number 140. Your network admin recently purchased licenses for an internal chat client that should improve productivity company-wide. This particular hosted application is installed and hosted on virtual hardware managed by a third party. Which term below best describes this type of service? And we have four options: software as a service, Internet of Things, infrastructure as a service, platform as a service. So the right answer here is option A, software as a service. So SaaS is the correct answer because this service includes the client application hosted on virtual hardware by a third party. Question number 141. While working as a data analyst, your client has asked for an analysis of internal data from a Microsoft SQL Server database compared with third-party data that can only be exported as a CSV file. Which method below would be best for loading both data sets to Azure Synapse Analytics? Option A, use SQL Server Integration Service to load the data from both services to Synapse. Option B, reach out to the third-party app support team to see if they have an API. Option C, export internal data to CSV to get everything into the same format before loading to Synapse. Option D, create a new table in the SQL Server database containing the third-party data so that all of the data is in the same place before beginning analysis. So the right answer here is option A. Use SQL Server Integration Service to load the data from both sources into Synapse. SIIS is native to SQL Server and it allows database, flat file and XML integration. So question number 142. You are a data analyst working for a small firm and you have been asked to determine if a data warehouse solution is needed. Of the following scenarios, which is most likely to require a robust modern data warehousing solution? Option A, you track raw streaming website traffic data, heat map results, and compare those with batches of revenue data coming in weekly. Option B, the client is an insurance broker looking to perform a forensic analysis of their digital ledgers from the past 2 years. Option C, your client is a political campaign and tracking how often and what time of day your employer's opponent is posting to social media. Option D, the client is a library looking to examine historical checkout records in an attempt to predict which selections will be popular in the coming year. So the right answer here is option A. The correct answer is the website and sales data because it requires capturing both streaming and batch data. The other three answers only include one type of data or historical data, which would not require a modern data warehousing solution. Question number 143. You are the lead data analyst in one of the leading grocery chains in the country. You need to analyze existing quarterly sales data from the previous fiscal year and have to draw inferences out of it. These results will be studied by the business development team to improve the marketing strategies. What is the generalized name for this type of analytics? Option A, descriptive analytics. Option B, predictive analytics. Option C, prescriptive analytics. And option D, cognitive analytics. So the right answer here is option D, cognitive analytics. Cognitive analytics attempts to draw inferences from existing data and patterns, derive conclusions based on existing knowledge bases, and then add these findings back into the knowledge base for future references, a self-learning feedback loop. Cognitive analytics help you to learn what might happen if circumstances change and how you might handle these situations. Question number 144. Your development team is working on a new application. You have been asked to provision a new Azure SQL database. Which of the following tools cannot complete these tasks? Choose two answers. Option A, Azure Data Factory. Option B, Azure Command Line Interface. Option C, the Azure Portal. Option D, Azure Cosmos DB API. So the right answer here is option A and option D. There are four tools that can be used to provision a new Azure SQL DB: the Azure Portal, Azure Resource Manager templates, the Azure Command Line tool, and Azure PowerShell. The two correct answers are Azure Cosmos DB API and Azure Data Factory. Cannot be used to provision a new Azure SQL DB. So let's jump on to the next question. Question number 145. You're using Azure Data Lake Storage to stage data from analysis that is coming in from Twitter and Facebook. Which of the following statements is true about how Azure Data Lake Storage organizes the data as it streams in? Option A, Azure Data Lake Storage organizes incoming unprocessed data files into directories and subdirectories to make the data easier to manipulate and analyze. Option B, Azure Data Lake Storage is a managed analytics service based on Hadoop. Spark jobs are split into various subtasks that are run on a cluster. Option C, Azure Data Lake Storage organizes incoming data into relational databases tables with defined columns and rows. Option D, Azure Data Lake Storage is a data integration service that retrieves data from various sources and converts it into usable formats. So the right answer here is option A. Azure Data Lake Storage organizes incoming unprocessed data files into directories and subdirectories to make the data easier to manipulate and analyze. It is a repository for large quantities of raw data. It is not a data integration service. That answer is describing Azure Data Factory. It is not a managed analytics service. The answer is referring to Azure HD Insight. It does not convert data into relational database tables. So let's jump on to the next question. So question number 146. You have to connect with the database server hosted in Azure SQL database over the public internet. The server is hosted in a network for a new office location. You are unable to establish a connection until you make several network reconfigurations related to the Azure SQL database, assuming all modifications for all the other network resources have been made. Which of these methods will allow you to connect with the database over the public internet in the new office? Option A, update the range of allowed IP addresses within your database level IP firewall rules. Option B, set the allow Azure services parameter for the specific SQL database to ON. Option C, update the range of allowed IP addresses within your server level IP firewall rules. Option D, set up a private endpoint to connect to the database via private link. So the right answer here is option A. So let's jump on to the next one. Question number 147. Review the following SQL statement. So which parameter is abc.employees in the SQL statement? And the options are table name, column name, database name, values to be inserted. So the right option here is option A, table name. This is a SQL statement, and as per the syntax, abc.employee is the table into which the data is entered. So let's jump on to the next question. Question number 148. You will upload a few dozen data blobs to Azure, and you need to choose the best type of storage account for this data. The data is mostly short videos and images from recent corporate retreats that will be shared periodically at conferences. You have been directed to use best practices and to avoid legacy storage solutions. This data will be accessed infrequently by internal parties only, and the latency is not a concern. What should be the best storage account type to recommend in this situation? Option A, general purpose V2 accounts. Option B, blob storage accounts. Option C, blob black blob storage accounts, and option D, file storage accounts. So the right answer here is option A. General purpose V2 accounts would be the best Azure storage solution for this scenario. File storage is not for blobs. Blob storage is a legacy solution, and a blob block storage would work, but it's a premium solution. Definitely overkill in this particular scenario. So let's jump on to the next question. So question number 149. A social media application uses a URL shortener feature to make it easier for users to quickly share their content. The URLs are stored in a key value store database. This type of storage is very simple, but it is also limited in functionality. Which two write operations are allowed on key value store data? Choose two. And the options are insert, delete, update, select. So the right option here is option A and option B. Insert and delete are the only write actions allowed on key value store data. Update operations cannot be performed on a key value store data. Select and count are not write actions. So let's jump on to the next question. So question number 150. You are a data analyst at a small direct marketing firm. The executives have asked you to create an interactive dashboard to display year-over-year sales and affiliate marketing data. Which two of the tools below would be the best for data visualization and reporting? Choose two answers. And the options are Power BI, Microsoft Excel, SQL Server Management Studio, PostgreSQL. So the right answer here is option A and option B. Power BI and Microsoft Excel are the correct answers. Power BI is a powerful visualization platform. Excel can also be used to build dashboards and create reports. The other options are not data visualization tools. So let's jump on to the next question. Question number 151. Your manager has approached you with a request to reduce Azure storage cost in your department and asked you if changing storage tiers from hot to cold would help. What key consideration would you inform him about when performing this change? Option A. Hot storage has a higher storage cost but lower access costs. Option B. Storage tiers are relative to the amount of data stored, not the age of the data. We would move all data to cold storage. Option C. Cool storage has a lower storage cost but higher access cost. We would ensure the data is not frequently accessed. Option D. Storage tiering is complicated. We would move back to storage accounts or page blob storage and see if these helps. So the right answer here is option C. The Azure Cool Storage tier is optimized for storing data that is infrequently accessed and long-lived. Data in the cool storage tier can tolerate slightly lower availability, but still requires high durability and similar time to access the throughput characteristics as hot data. For cool data, a slightly lower availability, SLA and higher access costs are acceptable trade-offs for much lower storage cost. So let's jump on to the next question. So question number 152. Which of the following SQL actions is an example of data manipulation language DML? Options are insert, drop, alert, create. So the right answer here is option A, insert. A data manipulation language DML is a computer programming language used for adding, deleting and modifying data in a database. A DML is often a sub-language of a broader database language such as SQL, with the DML comprising some of the operators in the language. So let's jump on to the next question. So question number 153. You demonstrate a Power BI dashboard with your client in the service in your web browser, and they are excited about the visualizations. They would like to be able to share this data with their customers at conventions. How can your client accomplish these? Option A, they can log into the service on a laptop and share the dashboards. They can use the mobile app on a phone or tablet. Option B, because they have access to the dataset, it would be best to show them how to build their own dashboard instead of having to view yours. Option C, they will need to log into Power BI desktop and make sure they schedule updates to ensure the data remains accurate. Option D, because they do not have Power BI installed on their computers, you will need to export the database dashboard and host it on a custom web application for the client. So the right answer here is option A. They can log into the service on a laptop and share the dashboards. They can use the mobile app on a phone or tablet. For viewing and sharing the dashboard, the Power BI service or the mobile app is sufficient. So let's jump on to the next question. So question number 154. An office heating and cooling system's temperature detection devices will gather and store temperature data from various offices on different floors within a building and sends the stored data once a week to a backend server for analysis. This is an example of which type of data processing. Options are batch processing, real-time processing, near real-time processing, and transactional processing. So the right answer here is option A, batch processing. At the census gather the stored data for each week before it is sent. The data is considered historic even though a week is far from ancient history. Essential, if it is not gathered in real time or near real time, it is still considered historic data and it is qualifies as batch analysis. So let's jump on to the next question. So question number 155, which of the following is used as a data definition language, DDL? Insert merge alert update. So the right answer here is option C, alert. A DDL is a language used to define data structures and modify data. For example, DDL commands can be used to add, remove, or modify tables within a database. DDLs used in database applications are considered a subset of SQL, the structured query language. So let's jump on to the next. So question number 156. Your company onboarded to Azure recently. You host an on-premises graph database which uses Gremlin on-premises. Your manager asks you to look into the possible platform as a service database service that you can host your on-premises database Azure service. Which Azure database service will fulfill your requirements? Options are Azure Cosmos DB, Azure SQL Database, Azure Cache for Redis, Azure Database for MariaDB. So the right answer here is option A. Azure Cosmos DB is a globally distributed multi-model database service from Microsoft for mission-critical applications. Azure Cosmos DB provides a graph database service via the Gremlin API on a fully managed database service designed for any scale. So let's jump on to the next question. So question number 157, which of the following is not a feature of Azure Table Storage? Options are option A, Azure Table Storage can store petabytes of semi-structured data and non-relational data. Option B, Azure Table Storage can support different rows in the same table with different structures. Option C, Azure Table Storage can offer a strong consistency model. Option D, Azure Table Storage supports Go and .NET client libraries. So the right answer here is option A, B, and C. The first three options are the features of Azure Table Storage. Azure Storage provides rich client libraries for building apps with .NET, Java, Android, C++, Node.js, PHP, Ruby, and Python. But currently the client library of Go language is not available. So let's jump on to the next question. So question number 158. You're working for an e-commerce company and you have been tasked with creating a new table in a customer database. The table will contain all customers who have signed up for the new customer loyalty program. Which of the following columns would make the best choice for a primary key? And the options are customer ID, birth date, product ID, address. So the right answer here is option A. The customer ID would be the best choice for primary key. The primary key must uniquely identify the row in the table. None of the other choices are necessarily unique to the specific row in the table. So question number 159. Your company is searching for a data analytics service hosted on Azure, Microsoft Azure that supports the following. Integration with Apache Spark for big data workloads. Integration with SQL technologies for data warehousing. Integration with Azure ML and Power BI. Which Azure service below meets these companies' requirements? Options are Azure Synapse Analytics, Azure Databricks, Azure Data Explorer, Azure HD Insights. So the right answer here is option A, Azure Synapse Analytics. All the listed options are analytic services available from Azure, but all three requirements of the company can be managed only by Azure Synapse Analytics. Azure Synapse removes the traditional technology barriers between using SQL and Spark together. You can seamlessly mix and match based on your needs and expertise. A shared Hive compatible metadata system allows tables defined on files in the data lake to be seamlessly consumed by either Spark or Hive. SQL and Spark can directly explore and analyze Parquet, CSV, TSV, and JSON files stored in the data lake with fast, scalable load and unload for data going between SQL and Spark databases. Azure Synapse removes the traditional technology barriers between using SQL and Spark together. You can seamlessly mix and match based on your needs and expertise. So let's jump on to the next question. So question number 160. Review the following statements about Cosmos DB. Statement 1. Azure Cosmos DB backs its consistency and throughput with service level agreements. It is a fully managed NoSQL database. Second statement, Azure Cosmos DB supports provides a graph database service via multiple popular APIs used, including Gremlin, Cassandra, and MongoDB. Option 3, in the event of a regional failure, Cosmos DB can store service with both an RTO and an RPO of 0. Which description of these statements about Cosmos DB is correct? So the right option here is option A. So these statements are true. Azure Cosmos DB backs its consistency and throughput with service level agreements. It is fully managed NoSQL database. Azure Cosmos DB supports provides a graph database service via multiple popular API including Gremlin, Cassandra, and MongoDB. This statement falls based on the CAP theorem. In the event of regional failure, Cosmos DB can restore service with both an RTO and an RPO of 0. So let's jump on to the next question. So question number 161. Your network admin recently purchased licenses for an internal chat client that should improve productivity company-wide. This particular hosted application is installed and hosted on virtual hardware managed by a third party. Which term below best describes this type of service? The options are software as a service, Internet of Things, infrastructure as a service, platform as a service. So the right option here is option A, software as a service. SaaS is the correct answer because the service includes the client application hosted on virtual hardware by a third party. Let's jump on to the next question. So question number 162. You're working with a company offering online financial services. When processing request, a source account will be detected and the target account will be updated sequentially. In case of any mismatches, the whole process should be reverted and updated in databases. Which type of database is the best fit within this process? Option A, online analytical processing database. Option B, online transactional processing database. Option C, graph database, and option D, time series databases. So the right answer here is option B, online transactional processing database. Banks and financial firms will have transactions that are critical and sequential. They commonly use SQL databases to be precious. OLTP databases, OLAP databases are not suitable for this requirement and are used for analytics. A graph database is a database that uses graph structures for semantic queries with nodes, edges, and properties to represent the stored data, so it will not a right fit here. Time series databases answer questions about trends and events. While it is a type of key value store with time as the key, a time series database looks at ranges of data points to calculate answers. So let's jump on to the next question. So question number 163. Your office is planning to use Power BI for its analytics reports but needs to know which of its existing Azure resources will not support Power BI paginated reports. Which of the following Azure services does not support Power BI? And the options are SQL Server via Gateway, Teradata, Oracle databases, Azure Data Lake. So the right answer here is option D, Azure Data Lake. Azure Data Lake is a not supported data source for Power BI. The following are the supported data sources: Azure SQL Database and Data Warehouse, Azure Analysis Service, SQL Server via Gateway, SQL Server Analysis Services via a Gateway, Power BI Database, Datasets, Oracle, Teradata. So let's jump on to the next question. So question number 164. You are setting up the backend for an online game that uses microtransactions for revenue. The total are billed to the users at the end of the month. There are thousands of users and you would like the transactions to be processed during off-peak time. What term best describes how this data workload is processed? Option A, batch data processing. Option B, asynchronous data processing. Option C, streaming data processing. And option D, relational data processing. So the right answer here is option A, batch data processing. Batch data processing describes the situation in which large amounts of data are processed at one, usually at a convenient time. Question number 165. Review the following SQL statement. Which parameter is user ID in the SQL statement? And the options are table name, column name, database name, values to be inserted. So the right answer here is option B, column name. This is a SQL query. As per the syntax, user ID is the name of the first column to which the data is stored. So let's jump on to the next question. Question number 166. A real estate company wants to design a solution that recommends plots of land for their customers to visit based on the user's live location. The recommendations will be sent as push notifications to their customers' mobile devices in real time. It is critical for the real estate company's business that these should be shown as soon as the user enters any location where plots are available for sale. Which type of data processing would these solution need to support in order to provide these locations to customers in real time? And the options are batch processing, stream processing, distributed processing, transactional processing. So the right answer here is option B, stream processing. Because the recommendations are based on real-time and near real-time location of the user, the solution will require stream processing. Batch processing is ideal for historic data analysis workloads. Distributed processing, also known as distributed computing, is defined as using a network of computers to perform specific tasks with one main computer used for more complicated tasks. Transactional processing is technology responsible for making the exchange balanced and predictable For example, office activities, financial functions, credit card transactions, the insurance industry, order processing, invoicing, and many service functions such as helplines and help desks are also not the right fit here. So let's jump on to the next question. So question number 167. A support specialist is writing SQL queries for custom client reports in Microsoft SQL Server. Which dialect of SQL would be most appropriate for this querying tool? And the options are Transact SQL, DML, PG SQL, PL SQL. So the right answer here is option A, Transact SQL. Transact SQL is the correct answer. TSQL is used in both Microsoft SQL Server and Azure SQL Database. PGSQL and PLSQL are used in other querying tools. DML, data manipulation language, is not a SQL dialect. So let's jump on to the next question. Question number 168. Which Azure storage data redundancy options will actually keep your data in more than one region? Option A, locally redundant storage. Option B, zone redundant storage. Option C, geo redundant storage. And option D, read access geo redundant storage. So the right answer here is option C and D. Locally redundant storage is replicated across racks in the same data center. This means that if there is a disaster at that data center, your data could be lost. Although this is highly unlikely, you should only use locally redundant storage if you can easily reconstruct your data. Zone redundant storage is replicated across 3 zones within one region. So if an entire zone goes down, your data will still be available. Geo-redundant storage is replicated across 2 regions, so even if an entire region goes down, your data will still be available. Read access geo-redundant storage ensures that if there's a disaster in your primary region, then you can read your data from the secondary region immediately. You won't have to write access. So let's jump on to the next question. So question number 169. Your company's data analysis team is searching for a suitable data analysis and reporting tool that is compatible with Microsoft Azure. This needs to be a managed solution, can connect to hundreds of data sources and allows your team to work offline in case of network connection issues. Which of the following data visualization services meet your requirements? And the options are Jupyter Notebooks, Zeppelin Notebooks, Power BI, Microsoft Azure Notebooks. So the right answer here is option C, Power BI. Power BI is a suite of business analytics tools. It can connect to hundreds of data sources and can be used for a ad hoc analysis. It meets the requirements, most notably the capability to work offline through Power BI desktop. So let's jump on to the next question. Question number 170. You have designed a relational database that will primarily serve to handle purchasing transactions. One vital aspect of transactional databases is that each transaction must be handled as an individual unit. If one of your purchases fails, the entire transaction must fail as a unit to preserve the data's integrity, and any changes that have already been applied at the point of failure must be reverted. Which term below best describes this property of relational databases? And the options are atomicity, consistency, durability, isolation. So the right answer here is option A, atomicity. Atomicity is the correct answer because it is the property that ensures all transactions are handled as a single unit. Consistency may seem a likely answer, but the property of consistency only ensures that every loss or creation of data is properly accounted for. Atomicity helps to ensure consistency, but they are not synonyms. So let's jump on to the next question. So question number 171. Which Bob access storage tier would you use when dealing with a large amount of data that is rarely used and mainly stored for compliance or tax purposes? And the options are hot, cool, archive, deep archive. So the right answer here is option C, archive. Blob storage has multiple access tiers, hot, cool, and archive. The hot tier is for frequently accessed files. The cool tier is for files you expect to access only about once a month or less. The advantage is that it costs less than the hot tier as long as you don't access it frequently. The archive tier is for files that are rarely accessed, such as backup files. It has the lowest storage cost but the highest retrieval costs. It also takes several hours to retrieve files from the archive tier. Question number 172. Which of the following statements about ETL and ELT is false? Option A, ELT is considered a schema on road. Option B, ultimately, if scale is a concern, ETL is the preferred strategy over ELT. Option C, ETL is considered a schema on write. Option D, ELT essentially replicates data to store as IS. So the right answer here is option B. ETL is considered a schema on write because the data is first transformed into some standard format or schema before it's returned to storage. The ELT process or extract, load and transform process essentially replicates data to store as is. Only after the data is returned to storage is it transformed into a usable format. This is referred to as schema on read. By breaking the process apart in ELT, it's possible to ingest lots more data than with ETL. You can essentially ingest data as fast as it's written. Ultimately, if scale is a concern, ELT is a preferred strategy over ETL. So let's jump on to the next question. Question number 173. You are making the case to your supervisor that customers' data should be stored in a NoSQL service like Azure Table Storage instead of a relational database. She wants you to explain how the services are different. Which statement below best explains the differences between Azure Table Storage and a relational database solution? Option A, Azure Table Storage is a schemaless data storage solution made up of tables of entities. Entities are similar to relational database rows but without a set schema of columns. The number and variety of properties can vary by entity. Option B, Azure Table Storage stores data in the Avro format instead of using columns and rows like a relational database. Data is stored as a binary information. It is a great solution for compressing data and reducing bandwidth usage. Azure Table Storage is a great for storing amorphous blobs of data. These binary large objects might include data that does not usually contain fields like audio or video data. Option D, Azure Table Storage places data that might conventionally be stored in relational database tables and stores it in JSON documents. Each field within the document has a name label and fields may vary by entity. So the right answer here is option A. So question number 174, you created a web form to capture data about customers who subscribe to your newsletter. You will be storing the data in a semi-structured format in a non-relational database because most of the fields on the form are optional, and you will not have all of the same pieces of information for each customer of the options listed below, which is a common effective way to store this data type of data. The options are a JSON document, MySQL database, Microsoft Excel, Azure SQL database. So the right answer here is option A JSON document. A JSON document is the correct answer. JavaScript object notation is a common way to store semi-structured non-relational data. Excel is not a database. Azure SQL and MySQL are relational databases with tables, and the question is especially asking for a non-relational data solution. Question number 175. Your employer will be moving an application to Azure soon. You have been tasked with choosing a relational database management system that makes the transition go as smoothly as possible. The new database management system must be compatible with Oracle database. It must allow the application to query older versions of data, and it must be low maintenance once provisioned. Which solution would be the best choice? The options are MariaDB, SQL Server, PostgreSQL, MySQL. So the right answer here is option A, MariaDB. MariaDB is the only choice that meets all of the listed requirements. It has built-in support for temporal data. There is very little additional administration required once it has been provisioned in Azure, and it offers compatibility with Oracle. So let's jump on to the next question. So question number 176, your application is hosted in the cloud and you are ready to begin work on an analytic strategy. Thinking about the balance of streaming and batch data you will be processing, you now must decide which approach for data processing best fits your model. Choose the statement below that best highlights the difference between extract, transform, and load. And load, transform. Option A, ETL is better for streaming data because raw data is being processed on the fly in a continuous pipeline. ELT is better for batch data because it allows the superior cloud processing power to handle large chunks of data at once. Option B, ETL is the best for handling large amounts of data, and ELT is a better option for basic data cleaning tasks. Option C, ELT is better for streaming data because raw data is being processed on the fly in a continuous pipeline. ETL is better for batch data because it allows you to take advantage of the superior cloud processing power to handle large chunk of serve data at once. ETL and ELT are essentially the same, and all that changes is when the data gets transformed. The choice really depends on which tools you are using and is not determined based on whether you are processing batch or streaming data. So the right answer here is option A. So let's jump on to the next question. So question number 177, your supervisor has asked you to provision and deploy an Azure Cosmos DB instance using PowerShell. However, you're not familiar with PowerShell and you would be more comfortable provisioning using a different tool. Which two of the tools listed below could be used to deploy a service in Azure? Choose two answers. And the options are the Azure portal, the Azure command line interface, Azure Data Studio, Azure Data Share. So the right answer here is option A and option B. Azure command line interface and the Azure portal are the only two correct answers. None of the other Azure tools are used for deployment or provisioning of services. So let's jump on to the next question. Question number 178. Which of the following Azure services can be managed, administered using SQL Server Management Studio? Choose three answers. And the options are Azure SQL Database, Azure SQL Managed Instance, Azure Synapse Analytics, Azure Blob Storage. So the right answer here is option A, B, and C. SQL Server Management Studio is an integrated environment for managing any SQL infrastructure. Use SSMS to access, configure, manage, administer, and develop all components of SQL Server, Azure SQL Database, and Azure Synapse Analytics. SSMS provides a single comprehensive utility that combines a broad group of graphical tools with a number of rich script editors to provide access to SQL Server for developers and database administrators for all skill levels. So let's jump on to the next question. So question number 179, the company is designing an application that will write a high volume of JSON data and will have an application defined schema. Which type of data store should you use? And the options are columnar, key value, document, graph. So the right answer here is option C, document. Question number 180. You need to recommend a non-relational data store that is optimized for storing and retrieving text files, videos, audio streams, and virtual disk images. The data store must store data, some metadata, and a unique ID for each file. Which type of data store should you recommend? Options are key value, columnar, object, and document. So the right answer here is option C, object. Object storage is optimized for storing and retrieval large binary objects. Large data files are also popularly used in this model, for example, delimiter file, Pocket, and ORC. Object stores can manage extremely large amounts of unstructured data. So let's jump on to the next question. So question number 181, your company is designing a data store for internet connected temperature sensors. The collected data will be used to analyze temperature trends. Which type of data store should you use? And the options are relational, time series, graph, columnar. So the right answer here is option B, time series. Time series data is a set of values organized by time. Time series databases typically collect large amounts of data in real time for a large number of sources. Updates are rare and deletes are often done as bulk operations. Although the records written to a time series database are generally small, there are often a large number of records. The total data size can grow rapidly. Question number 182. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. So the statements are copying data to Azure Data Lake storage from another Azure region results in extra cost. Second statement, you can use blob, table, and file storage in the same Azure storage account. Statement 3, you implement Azure Data Lake storage by creating an Azure storage account. So let's see the right options here. So all the three statements are true. Question number 183. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. When using the Azure Cosmos DB Gremlin API, the container resource type is projected as, and you have the following options. So the right answer here is graph. Question number 184. Your company needs to design a database that illustrates the relationship between utilization levels of individual network devices across a local area network. Which type of data store should you use? The options are graph, key value, document, columnar. So the right answer here is option A, graph. Data as it appears in the real world is naturally connected. Traditional data modeling focuses on defining entities separately and computing their relationships at runtime. While this model has its advantages, highly connected data can be challenging to manage under its constraints. A graph database approach relies on persisting relationships in the storage layer instead, which leads to highly efficient graph interval operations. Azure Cosmos DB's Gremlin API supports the property graph model. So let's jump on to the next question. Question number 185. You manage an application that stores data in a shared folder on a Windows server. You need to move the shared folder to Azure Storage. Which type of Azure Storage should you use? And the options are queue, blob, file, table. Azure file shares can be mounted concurrently by cloud or on-premises deployments of Windows, Linux, and Mac OS. Azure file shares can also be cached on Windows servers with Azure File Sync for fast access near where the data is being used. Question number 186. Your company is designing a database that will contain session data for a website. The data will include notification, personalization, attributes, and products that are added to a shopping cart. Which type of data store will provide the lowest latency to retrieve the data? And the options are key value, graph, columnar, document. So the right answer here is option C, columnar. Question number 187. You have an application that runs on Windows and requires access to a mapped drive. Which Azure service should you use? And the options are Azure Files, Azure Blob Storage, Azure Cosmos DB, Azure Table Storage. So the right answer here is option A, Azure Files. Azure Files is Microsoft's easy to use cloud file system. Azure file shares can be seamlessly used in Windows and Windows Server. To use an Azure file share with Windows, you must either mount it, which means assigning it a drive letter, or mount, point, path, or access it via its UNC path. So let's jump on to the next question. Question number 188. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. So each correct selection is worth 1 point. So we have the following statements. Statement 1, the Azure Cosmos DB API is configured separately for each database in an Azure Cosmos DB account. Statement 2, partition keys are used in Azure Cosmos DB to optimize queries. Statement 3, items are contained in the same Azure Cosmos DB logical partition can have different partition keys. So the right options are, so the first statement is no. The API determines the type of account to create. Azure Cosmos DB provides 5 APIs, Core and MongoDB for document and Gremlin for graph data. Azure Table and Cassandra. Currently, you must create a separate account for each API. So the second statement is true. Azure Cosmos DB uses partitioning to scale individual containers in a database to meet the performance needs of your application. In partitioning, the items in the containers are divided into distinct subsets called logical partitions. Logical partitions are formed based on the value of a partition key that is associated with each item in a container. Third statement is false. Logical partitions are formed based on the value of the partition key that is associated with each time in a container. So let's jump on to the next question. Question number 189. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. When provisioning an Azure Cosmos DB dash, you need to specify which type of API you will use. So the right option here is option account. Let's jump on to the next question. Question number 190. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. So you have the following statements. Azure Table Storage within a single Azure storage account supports multiple concurrent reads in a different Azure regions. Statement 2, Azure Table Storage within a single Azure storage account supports multiple concurrent writes in different Azure regions. Statement 3, an Azure Cosmos DB account that uses the table API supports multiple concurrent reads in different Azure regions. Statement 4, an Azure Cosmos DB account that uses the table API supports multiple concurrent writes in different Azure regions. So the right options are, the first statement is true, the second one is false, and the third and fourth statements are true. Which two Azure services can be used to provision Spark clusters? Each correct answer represents a complete solution. The options are Azure Databricks, Azure Log Analytics, Azure Time Series Insights, Azure HD Insight. So the right answer here is option A and option D, Azure Databricks and Azure Time Series Insights. You need to develop a solution to provide data to executives. The solution must provide an alternative graphic interface. depict various key performance indications, and support data exploration by using drill down. What should you use in Microsoft Power BI? The options are a dashboard, Microsoft Power Apps, a data flow, a report. So the right answer here is option D, a report. You have an application that runs on Windows and requires access to a mapped drive. Which Azure service should you use? And the options are Azure Cosmos DB, Azure Table Storage, Azure Files, Azure Blob Storage. So the right answer here is option A, Azure Cosmos DB. At which two levels can you set the throughput for an Azure Cosmos DB account? Each correct answer represents a complete solution. The options are database, item, container, partition. So the right answer here is option A and option C, database and container. What is the characteristics of non-relational data? The options are no indexes, self-describing entities, a well-defined schema, no unique key values. So the right option here is option D, no unique key value. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. So you have the following four options. Is an Azure Synapse Analytics feature that retrieves data from Azure Blob Storage by using Transact SQL queries. So the right option here is option Polybase. You need to gather real-time telemetry data from a mobile application. Which type of workload describes this scenario? And the options are online transaction processing, batch, massively parallel processing, streaming. So the right options are option D, streaming. You have a dedicated SQL pool in Azure Synapse Analytics that is only used actively every night for 8 hours. You need to minimize the cost of the dedicated SQL pool as much as possible during idle times. The solution must ensure that the data remains intact. What should you do to the dedicated SQL pool? So the options are scale down the data warehouse units, pause the poll, create a user-defined restore point, delete the poll. So the right answer here is option B, pause the poll. Which Azure Data Factory component initiates the execution of a pipeline? The options are a control flow, a trigger, a parameter, an activity. So the right answer here is option B, a trigger. Your company has a reporting solution that has paginated reports. The reports query a dimensional model in a data warehouse. Which type of processing does the reporting solution use? The options are stream processing, batch processing, online analytical processing, online transactional processing. So the right options are option C, online analytical processing. Match the types of activities to the appropriate Azure Data Factory activities. To answer, drag the appropriate type from the column on the left to its Data Factory activity on the right. So the activity types are control, data movement, data transformation. And the options are copy, mapping, data flow, and lookup. So let's see the right types for the answers are data movement, copy, data transformation for mapping, data flow, control for lookup. What are three characteristics of an online transaction processing workload? Each correct answer represents a complete solution. And the options are denormalized data, heavy writes and moderate reads, light writes and heavy reads, schema on write, schema on read, normalized data. So the right answers are B, D, and F. Heavy writes and moderate reads, schema on write, and normalized data. Which two activities can be performed entirely by using the Microsoft Power BI service without relying on Power BI desktop? Each correct answer represents a complete solution. And the options are report and dashboard creation, report sharing and distribution, data modeling, data acquisition and preparation. So the right options are option A and option D. Report and dashboard creation, data acquisition and preparation. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. In Azure Data Factory, you can use, and we have the following four options to orchestrate pipeline activities that depend on the output of other pipeline activities. So the right options to select is a control flow. You need to develop a solution to provide data to executives. The solution must provide an interactive graphical interface, depict various key performance indicators, and support data exploration by using drill down. What should you use in Microsoft Power BI? And the options are a view, a report, a data flow, Microsoft Power Apps. And the right option here is option B, a report. Which two Azure services can be used to provision Apache Spark clusters? Each correct answer represents a complete solution. And the options are Azure Time Series Insights, Azure HD Insights, Azure Databricks, Azure Log Analytics. So the right options are option B and option C, Azure HD Insights and Azure Databricks. You have a quality assurance application that reads data from a data warehouse. Which type of processing does the application use? And the options are online transaction processing, batch processing, and an online analytical processing, stream processing. So the right options are option A, online transaction processing OLTP. Which three objects can be added to a Microsoft Power BI dashboard? Each correct answer represents a complete solution. The options are a report page, a Microsoft PowerPoint slide, a visualization from a report, a data flow, a text box. So the right option here is, so the right options are option A, C, and option E. A report page, a visualization from a report, a text box. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. So the statements are: a Microsoft Power BI dashboard is associated with a single workspace. A Microsoft Power BI dashboard can only display visualization from a single dataset. A Microsoft Power BI dashboard can display visualization from a Microsoft Excel workbook. So the right options are: the first two statements are false and the third statement is true. Which Azure Data Factory components provides the compute environment for activities? And the options are SSIS packages, an integration runtime, a control flow, a pipeline. So the right options are option B, an integration runtime. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. A Microsoft Power BI, and we have the following four options, enables user to create highly formatted, fixed layered documents optimized for printing and archiving. So the right option here is paginated report. What are two uses of data visualization? Each correct answer represents a complete solution. So the options are: option A, represents trends and patterns over time. Option B, implement machine learning to predict future values. Option C, communicate the significance of data. And option D, enforce business logic across reports. So the right answer here is option A and option C. You need to use Transact SQL to query files in Azure Data Lake Storage Gen 2 from an Azure Synapse Analytics data warehouse. What should you use to query the files? The options are Azure Functions, Microsoft SQL Server Integration Services, Polybase, Azure Data Factory. So the right options here is option C, Polybase. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. The statements are: you can copy a dashboard between Microsoft Power BI workspaces. A Microsoft Power BI dashboard can only display visualizations from a single dataset. A Microsoft Power BI dashboard can display visualization from a Microsoft Excel workbook. So the right options are: the first two statements are false and the third statement is true. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. So there you have the following four options: is an object associated with a table that sorts and stores the data rows in the table based on their key values. And the right options are a clustered index.